Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today? It's Sunday. And we have a fun one today because we have an 11-inch Alienware that we're working on that I picked up on eBay for like 65 bucks. So the unknown condition, though. I have no idea if it works or not. They didn't know if it worked or not. So we can plug it in, it turns on. But the plan is to upgrade it. So even if we have it turning on, we'll be able to upgrade it to something a little bit better and see what it can play. So see, quite a few people are already here in chat. It's untested, yes, untested. I wonder if I had the listing still. But it was on bid for $65, and I just bid, and it expired, and I won for $65. So here's the laptop. I teased it last week, and or last Wednesday, and we were talking about it being our dessert if we were able to finish all of our chores. Thanks, Daryl. $5 from Daryl. Thank you so much. This thing is super tiny. 11 inches of pure raw power. This, I think, is the i3 version, so it is, I think, a second generation Intel i3, which seems weird to put inside of a gaming laptop, but I do have a, yeah, it says i3 on the bottom right here. I do have a i5 board in case we want to put that in there, but first, even if this thing doesn't work, we would want to fix the board first, just for fun, just for science. So we'll work on that here in a little bit. We can just do some chatting, and I want to show up some other things. Upgrade it to a 12-inch. That's funny. That'd be funny. Let's upgrade it to a 12-inch. Yeah, so like if I measure across here, it's 12 inches, but the screen itself is from here to here. It's actually 11 inches right here. So it's a tiny little machine. I think my screenshot, or my thumbnail, I measured across this way, and I made it 12 inches. So it looked a little bit bigger than it was. I'm sure people were questioning that. But it is a relic. Yeah, so circa, let's see, what if it's second generation, we're talking 2012 maybe. So I was going to load Steam on it and then load a game and see how it goes. Hoots hates the time change. Is time change this weekend? Or was it this morning? No, if it was this morning, then I'd be off time. Maybe it is this morning, for all I know. I didn't even pay attention to that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of high time change. Can you tell it's older? The screen has a bezel. It's thick bezel, yeah. So if we look at here, we can actually see that there is kind of a thicker space around here because now everything's like edge to edge. They try to make everything super tiny. Super tiny. I'm trying to fix my chat window over here. It's not working right. Let me reload it. See if that works. Much better. So, yeah, time change. Yes, time change was today. Really? So, is that why I feel so groggy? I thought it was because I passed out on the couch last night and never made it to bed. So I slept on the couch all night. I don't know if you've ever done that before. Do you ever get scared sitting in the room and it's so dark behind you? Yeah, the whole place is empty. My whole store and everything's empty, and so sometimes I hear creaks from the wind at this warehouse, and then yeah, it sounds a little creaky. Yeah, if I turn my store lights on, then it's I guess it's less dark. But good morning from Sweden. Good morning. Where are you based out of? I'm in Austin, Texas, right in the middle of Texas. That's actually where Dell is founded, by the way. All the Dell complexes where they built all these buildings and stuff right around the block from me. That's you know, where the whole Dell started originally. I'm feeling it too, Premise says. So are you serious? Is it really time change this morning? I don't know how I missed that. I didn't get the memo on that. Well, I'm glad that it didn't mess up us showing up together. But maybe it did, because other places don't have time change. So it's only certain regions of the world, right? Or only the United States. I don't even know. No liquid metal problems on this guy. But we can put liquid metal on it so then we can take it back off. Wonder what the resolution is. Let's pull up the service tag on it, actually. That might be something fun to do. Service tag. Service tag. I don't think it has a service tag. Hey, it has a battery indicator light on the bottom here. I don't think the battery works. Okay, well, we can't pull up the service tag. I was looking. That would be kind of nice to know that. But we'll figure all that stuff out. I was hoping it was going to be the OLED version because they do have an OLED version, but if it's an i3, it's probably the lowest version there is. Hello from Sydney, Australia. Good morning from Nalo. Tell the truth, bro. My wife is pissed off at you that you're on the couch last night. Oh, I don't know. She sleeps better when I'm not in the bed, I can tell you, because the dogs, they are always in the room too with us, and the dogs just wake her up, so she's a light sleeper. You have an Area 51M R2, 7 years old, with liquid metal. The heatsink has melted in the CPU. Want to work on it? I actually don't want to work on it. I hate that machine. Hate it. That's the one with 2 power ports on it, and those aren't shipped with liquid metal, but people put liquid metal on them. It has a desktop CPU in it, and there's 2 power rails on it, and they kind of converge, and then you'll have 2 power management chips, and basically they just keep blowing out, and you'll blow out MOSFETs and all this stuff. So if you have any power issues, those things are just a nightmare to deal with. So I'm not really interested in working on those. Non-Wi-Fi connected is different. I wonder what type of Wi-Fi card is in here, if it's going to be a full size or not. When your phone automatically changes, you don't know. And I had my watch as I was looking at, but it's one, it's a smartwatch, so I guess it changed too automatically. Yeah, you're 1 hour earlier for it. Well, I'm glad that you were able to make it on time. Maybe that's why we have a little bit less viewers today, because the time is a little off. US and New Zealand. It's tomorrow for you, right? What were the specs for that machine? Let's see if we can pull up the eBay listing. That might be something fun to do. Let's do that. Let's see, what was it? I bid on it on my own account. I don't have it on this computer. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I'm going to message the listing to myself on this computer, which I don't have my personal account on this computer. Purchases. Let's see. Sometimes I hate the eBay app. Okay, so I purchased this. I wonder if we can just do it over the microscope, and then y'all can view it that way. See original listing. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's see what this thing says. So it says says 4 parts not working as is, or repair. All right, so this is what we want, right? This is what we yearn for. We want something that has to be only for repair. All right, and then it says, full description here. All right, so they don't even know the model. I knew what it was, but they put P06T mini gaming PC Intel i3 as is. 4 parts of repair. That's all we got out of that. So I wonder what the specs are. We'll figure it out. It says no returns. But this is what I bid on it. $64.99. So it's funny, I was talking to one of my colleagues here, and he was like, he thinks I got ripped off. I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be kind of fun to have a little tiny machine that we can put some old games on, right? Good morning from Pennsylvania. 3:30 in the morning to watch F1. All right, F1 is already today, huh? In Belgium, we won't change the time until the end of the month. So y'all just kind of switch that around a little bit. I'm tired. I think we should stop doing time change. I'm not a big fan of it. It's 14:10 there currently in the UK. It's the afternoon, right? A compact 11.6-inch ultra-portable gaming machine was released in 2010-2011, known for combining a small form factor with a dedicated NVIDIA graphics, initially priced at $799 to $1149. That's what Gordon says, and I have to say it in an announcer voice. Do you remember when Dell Outlet was off of 183 in Burnett Road? It's like 2 blocks from me. So that's my office is at Burnett Road 183. So it's like on the other side of Burnett Road is where it is. So yes, I do remember. I drive by that every single day. So there used to be a Dell factory outlet. You can go inside the building and just buy all these refurbished machines and all that. Now it's on their website. It's called Dell.com/outlet. But Is this on the Dell site? Yeah, I guess we could pull up an old price sheet or an old sheet, like that's what Gordon was pulling up. Actually, here's what we'll do. We'll do one better. So we'll pull up. Let me make sure I have this view right for you. We'll do, it's an M11X R2, I believe. Now, based on, I don't know where I got it in my head it was an R2, but I was pretty sure it was an R2. But if we go to manuals, we can actually look at what the specs were. Like what options they offered. Let's see if I can find something down here. So we have some ports. What is that? It has an MMC. That's what we need. That's not a dial-up modem, at least. We looked at the ports a little bit. I love when it actually has multiple headphone ports. I don't know why I yearn for that. I'm trying to find where this... I don't think this is going to show me any of this stuff. I'm going kind of fast, sorry. Battery pack, 80%. Wireless control. Power. Let's see. Okay, look, it has NVIDIA Optimus technology. It's equipped with Optimus technology designed to maximize performance and user experience on a computer while minimizing the impact on battery life. Ooh, very nice. So does that mean you can switch between the iGPU? That's very sophisticated of you. Changing application profiles, configuration of the BIOS, entering setup. What is this? I want to know the specs. I think I'm in the wrong manual. Sometimes Dell's manuals are wacky. This is a service manual. They don't have like the specifications manual. This is all service manual stuff. So this won't show me anything. All right, let me try this one. CPU. Frequency. I'm just looking to see if it shows us what, or maybe i3. Maybe I'll search for i3. There we go. Bam. Okay, this is what we're looking for. So CPUs available, i3, i5, i7. It's not telling me what generation, but I'm assuming it's generation 2. Yep. How much does it weigh? 4 pounds. 4 pounds. That's perfect. Oh, it only takes DDR3, bro. Well, I got a drawer full of DDR3 up here, so we can max it out. DDR3, and we can only do 2 internal sockets. Configure it, so we can go up to 8 gigs. So we're gonna max it out with 8 gigs. Has a gigabit network. Intel, NVIDIA, what the heck is this? What kind of graphics is this? It's a joke. Let's see if the AI answer knows what it's talking about. It's a dedicated graphics for mobile released. So it's basically this graphics chip, which is junk, right? Or is it good? 72 shaders, 450 megahertz speed. Providing up to 1 gig dedicated. I don't know. Am I going to be able to play some old games on this thing? Post 2010 era performance. What if we did this versus GTX 1050 Ti or something like that? I don't know. I just want to see what the difference, like how bad a performance it is. So this delivers 18% more performance than the 1050, but what about the other one? Okay, I don't know. Sound, it takes a SATA drive. We can put a SATA drive in there. 11-inch. It's a True Life. Look at this resolution, people. No wonder we're going to get some good frames per second. What? What? I'm going to do some 768 gaming, man. Okay. I don't want that resolution's. I don't know. What did I get myself into on this one? 90-watt charger. We're gonna put 240 into it. I don't know. Oh gosh. Okay. Well. Anyway. 720p is a true gamer. All right, so 768 gaming it is. So what? For 65 bucks? Yes, it was $65. So, I mean, it doesn't work, but, you know, so we're going to put some effort into it. But, you know, we'll see. It's for science. We're only doing things for science on this channel, by the way. I do have a gadget I want to show you I just purchased. And check this out. You know, in the past we've needed a... I guess I don't need to put the whole box on here, but I purchased this on the old Amazon. But in the past, we've needed a monitor. This is a 10-inch monitor that has every single input that I've ever asked for my whole life. So it has HDMI, has VGA, it has our composites that we were looking for, and it has a USB out. And then I mean, this is like a circuit TV or whatever. I don't really know. I've never used one of these before, but... Circuit is saying that the GT335M is generally only compatible with running older games circa 2010 or lower medium settings. So the game I was going to load on there was actually Dave Defeats Source, which is on the Counter-Strike Source engine, and that thing is from 2006 to 2010. They put new shaders on it, so that should actually work pretty good. So it's a BNC connector. Is this for like close CCTV or whatever? But anyway, this is what we needed the other day when we were working on a machine that we needed VGA out, and then we also needed a composite out when we were doing the VIC-20. So anyway, this is a cute little monitor, I thought. This was 65 bucks also. So I can either get this monitor for 65 bucks or I can get this entire laptop for $65. Can this run Crysis? I actually have a Crysis disc. I didn't bring it though today, but it would be funny to load Crysis on this. Can it run Crysis, man? What's the resolution of this monitor? Oh, that's a good question. And it came with a bunch of stuff. It even has like, it has all the wires. It comes with a remote too. And what else? Like I don't have to dig through a bin to get these. Like I have bins where I have to find VGA cables, but all right, let's see what resolution we have here. Yeah, it says the CCTV, circuit cameras. I want to say, oh yeah, it's 1024 by 600. So lower resolution than our crappy gaming machine that we're about to fix. But 1024. Enough. It's enough. But it's not too much, because if it's too much, then it won't work on these older machines anyway. So, anyway, you have a bunch of coax for CCTV. I never even had to deal with that, so I'm not privy to that too much. Throw another remote into the pile. That's right, like all these remotes. Anyway, I thought y'all would get a kick out of it. It has a little stand too. Let's see. And I actually purchased this when I was ordering it. I was like, you know, it would be nice to have this off to the side to display my chat. So whenever I'm looking at the camera here, I have a cell phone that I have the chat on, but it's still kind of small. But I can put this here, and then I can kind of look up there at the chat. Because I always look at the chat over here, because I have a chat there and chat there. That way, if I'm looking over here, but I don't know. I don't like not looking at the camera talking to you. It really bothers me when I go back and watch my streams to kind of critique myself, and I don't like that. I did have a teleprompter here, and then I could tell I was looking in through the distance, and I didn't like that. I like the connection, right? So anyway, well, that's that. Convenience store security camera resolution. Oh, SDI input? Question mark? What's an SDI input? I don't know what SDI is, but there's a USB here, so I'm assuming that's a. Does that mean it's a USB input for video? I don't even know if that's possible. So I just think VGA, HDMI, and composite, but I do not see, like, there's no RF. Play Leisure Shoot Larry on it. Maybe I can play, I think Montgomery sent me a game here, Zork. I can play Zork on it. Zork. All right, so y'all ready to get going? Do we have enough people here yet to get going for the shenanigans? Has a standard display interface, SDI, standard display interface. Coax is RF. SDI is uncompressed video. Oh, interesting. I learned something new every day. No display port. There's adapters for that to HDMI, right? Short-lived video output. Zork, the best game of the 80s. Well, we can load Zork on here. I have a USB CD-ROM because this doesn't have a CD-ROM, right? Okay, we can go over the ports real quick. We already did that kind of in our pre-roll or our pre-thing, but so this is an Alienware M11X R2. I believe it's the R2. And this came out in 2010, 2011-ish time period. And this is the i3 version. Now, 11-inch screen, it has FireWire. It has a couple different SD card slots, so MMC or MM, is that what it was? MMC. That's a NIC. It does do a gig, apparently. Pretty impressive. USB, probably 2.0. I don't see 3.0 on there. Can't tell because it has that sticky residue, but I think it's a 2.0. HDMI, probably 1 something, 1.4, and then this has a display port. So this is fancy enough to have a display port. The other side is our 2 USB ports. Again, I don't see 3.0s, so these are only 2.0 slots, and then we have our separate connections there. We played Zork in the Oregon Trail in high school. We have a single power port in the back. This thing is a 90-watt charger is what it requires. And for perspective, look how tiny this thing is. There's my face. It's tiny. So it's definitely a tiny machine. Now, unknown condition, we don't know if it works or not. They said as is for parts only. That's kind of where we're starting with, but we're gonna go do our regular diagnosis. And then I do have an i5 motherboard to put in it, but I wanna fix this one first because for science, of course, and then we're gonna do this other science experiment, which we're gonna soup it up and see what it can play. So maybe we can do it at stock and then upgrade it with an i5 because I don't have an i7 board, but I have an i5 board. Although I have a test machine here, so maybe the test machine has an i7 and we can steal that board. I don't know. But the max it out with the max amount of RAM, put an SSD in it, load whatever we're going to load on it. You know, we could probably just load Linux on it to load Steam if we wanted to, but we could put a Windows crap on there. Okay, so the M11X R3 comes with a GT555, which I guess would be 2 numbers higher than the G350, right? $10,000 in RAM later. I do have a drawer. This takes DDR3. I have a drawer full of DDR3. Now, I don't know if I have a couple 4 gig sticks in here or not, but it's all free. It's all free for me. So y'all ready to plug this thing in? The suspense is killing me. The suspense is killing me. All right, so we're working on an 11-inch gaming laptop. Can we bring it back to life? All right, so I've reset the power meter. So here's our new power meter. I will put our graph on here if it will load. So this is a new power meter I'm working on. If you're not familiar with it, it will be an open source project when I have it released, but I haven't released the first version yet. But here's the actual program. It has a reset button for this max area right here, and it has a chart. You can actually change what you're charting. So like, if you wanted to show power instead or both, like so that's power, that's current. You can have voltage on there. I just keep it on current. That's what I usually like. And I made it look like my old power meter just because, why not? Just for fun. And then I'm just doing a screenshot on this to get it into my program up there. But I will release the code. It's on GitHub right now, but it's not released. It's not public. I don't have it out because I'm still fixing these little, I want to make it work pretty good. I'm having some scaling issues with the app. I want to make it where I can actually move the chart off to the side. I have some things where the numbers are still going negative, like if I turn it off, see it's going a little negative on there, which is a little weird. I have, what else is going on with it? Whenever it shorts out the AC adapter, I want it to actually put a message up there that says, short event or something like that, that kind of really blinks at you and lets you know that there's some sort of issue. So those are things I'm going to add, and then we can just put it out there and let other people make it awesomer. Moss awesome. Okay, so anyway, we got that all said. We're going to plug this in for the first time. I have no idea if it's going to short the adapter, if it's going to spark, smoke, turn on, and just work like normal, and the person just didn't have a charger. I don't know. Again, I don't look at things ahead of time because I want to be just as amazed as you are, or just as surprised, or whatever, you know, however we do it. So, drum roll, please. We don't even have a customer's note saying what they think is wrong with it. Where's the plug at? Okay, here it is. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, so it went to 0.05 for a second, then went to 0.02, and then it went to 0.1, and now it's kind of, you see that little curve that happened there? That's kind of crazy. So an initial inrush current kind of went up, went back down to 0.02, which is our resting, which is normal. And then we did have it rush up to about 100 milliamps and then kind of do this little curve down. And now it's just kind of sitting there at 0.09. So that's 90 milliamps. And what is it doing? Oh, it went up to 0.2, went all the way up to 0.2, because our max thing says it right there. And what is it doing? I haven't pressed the power button yet, but I do see a light right here. Is that, oh, it just stopped when I moved it just now. Is the DC jack messed up? I think the DC jack's messed up. Okay, when I move this, it does do something whack. Let me just leave my hands alone here. Okay, it almost looks like we have pre-charge current. So if you're the battery before it starts charging, it jumps up to about 0.23, 0.24, which is 240 milliamps, and then it will start charging the battery once it brings the battery up to a certain amount. I'm going to move this again. Is it just? Can't tell if it's actually doing something or not. What the? So there's that little curve again, and this time we got up to 250 milliamps. I haven't pressed the power button yet, I know. But I do see an orange light here. Can you even see that? I can kind of see it. There you go. So there's like a light pulsing on and off. So to me, it almost seems like it's ready to go. So let's power it on. We have power, I can't believe. So look at this thing's actually pretty slick. Has all the, and we have picture. We have picture, I can't believe. Oh my God. That's why I don't look at these things ahead of time. And the thing is, if like it was smart, that I would look at it and then know that it doesn't work. But I didn't even, okay, whatever. Oh, and then it shut off when I moved it. Okay, so at least we do have some sort of issue. Okay, so we must have a DC jack issue. So I'm just going to hold that right there off to the side. We'll power it on again. So we probably have a damaged DC jack or something like that. I'm going to try to move this in your shot so you can see it. Hey, you can see my face. And it's booting Vista? What is that? 7? The 7 not have the picture? Can't remember. No, that's a 7. Right? Why can I not remember what the startups are? The Vista has the circle thingy. The icon. 7 does this. 10. I almost fixed the laptop. Well, at least we can use Windows 7 for our gaming. But at least it does turn on, but then we know it's just some sort of DC jack issue. So, you fixed it. It's amazing. Everyone can go home now. I actually do have some other repairs here we can work on. I have an X16, which I've not been looking forward to working on. So we can work on that too. But 65 bucks, we're going to get this thing going. I wonder if I have DC jacks for this thing. And I don't know if DC jacks built on the board or not, actually. Here's our board I was going to install. This is the i5 version of the board. I can't believe. Oh no, there's a password. What shall we do? I don't know what to do with this password. We should just bypass the password. All right. So it looks like the DC jack is built on the board. So it either needs to be resoldered, soldered, however I pronounce it, or we just put this board in there too. And this thing, oh, this might have the higher end graphics on it. But let me get back in the BIOS here. I'm going to shut this down. I want to see what the actual specs are of this. I think I saw that it already had 8 gigs of RAM in it, which is pretty nice. Bypass the password. Okay, y'all want to see that? Okay, we can bypass the password. It only works on non-encrypted drives. Okay, so if you have BitLocker on your machine, nobody can bypass your Windows password and get in. So that's what, I mean, that's like BitLocker is a give and take type of thing. It's like, you know, yeah, it's more strict, but it's more strict for a reason. And so the fact that they're not telling people they're putting on there is kind of annoying, but. Ooh, this thing's taking forever to shut down. I think it has a mechanical drive though. I don't want to move it, it's gonna shut off. Now they probably shouldn't have left their operating system on here, right? Probably would have not have been good. You can also bypass it with BitLocker as long as the recovery is available. Well, a lot of times to get into recovery when you have BitLocker, it asks for the BitLocker key. So we can't get into BitLocker recovery, or we can't get into regular Windows recovery without a BitLocker key. So we always like boot into their Windows, back up their key, and then we boot into recovery and then type in their key. That's how we get into the recovery. Otherwise, you can't access their stuff. You know. Yeah, I'm nervous what might be on there. Oh no. All right, I'm going to boot the diagnostic or the BIOS real quick. I just want to see what specs it has. Old speckies. We could factory. Windows 7 doesn't have a factory reset actually. Oh no. The screen. What's going on here? You know, it's weird. The screen is flashing for me, but it's perfectly rock solid for you over there. It's like a backlight flash though. Okay, ROM utility configuration, the display system configuration status. God, I can't see it from this angle. Tool, system parameters, settings, incorrect value. What is it? I don't even know what this. Exit setup, save and. Does it want me to save this? I don't know. Maybe it's just because the BIOS was reset. Okay, A04. Oh yeah, so it is an R2. That's what we wanted to see. There's our service tag. We can look that up now. Someone want to look up the specs on there, you can. But it says it right here, so it's an i3. It's a first gen i3. I thought it would be a second gen i3. Darn it. It's even worse than I thought. Because it's just a 33U. Has 8 gigs of RAM though. And it's probably not going to tell me what the graphics is. It blows my mind that you don't even use the USB drive and any disks. All right, do you guys want to bypass this real quick? So let's boot off of my USB drive, and we will boot into their Windows real quick for the quickness. Roman, are you here? Roman's our 10-year-old that watches our stream. That's why we keep it clean. You fixed it. Now you're the starting bids begin. Yes, I'm going to put it back up on eBay and we'll let the bids fly. All right, boot into my Samsung drive. Got my Ventoy. All right, so what you want to boot into to bypass a Windows login that doesn't have BitLocker is... This is so slow, by the way. Hi, Roman. We're going to boot into Hiren's boot CD, or Hiren, H-I-R-E-N. Boot into that. That's going to be a virtual, like a WinRE. Virtual environment. They have a lot of tools in there. That have password resets. There's all sorts of stuff in there, but. You use PC Unlocker Enterprise. I don't pay for anything. So Enterprise sounds very costly. Poll hit. R2, R3, motherboards are compatible with and are interchangeable. Really? R2 and R3 boards are interchangeable. Well, that would be good. Now, do I have them? That's the question. I did a search earlier, and all I saw was R2 boards, so that's what I grabbed. But Yeah, all I have are R2 boards. I do see that I had an R3 board at some point, but I only have R2 boards. So I have i5 and an i3. Now, what's my test machine have in it? Here's my test machine. It's in pieces. I think my test machine might be an R1 even. Like the screen's all taken apart on this thing. Because again, we use this to test everything, so. Oh, it doesn't even have a motherboard in here. Someone's already stolen the motherboard. That's what happens to a lot of my test machines, is that we steal parts off of it too. Like if a customer calls and says, oh, we really need that, and we're like, okay, we'll steal it off our test machine. And then we don't have it anymore to test with. How old is this system? I guess we should put it on the, let me see if I can update the title. I think it's 2011. If I can find the title screen. Come on. Good morning, Robert. I'm awake now. Roman's awake. Roman is here. Roman was sleeping in. That time change really got him, didn't it? Man, this thing is taking forever to boot up. What did we get ourselves into? I thought this was going to be a super fast gaming machine, 11-inch. Run PC Mark. That's a good idea. Once we get in there, we'll run all the stuff, and then we'll do our upgrades, and then run it again and see what it does. But we have to fix the DC jack. But I guess we're replacing the motherboard, so I don't know. We'll do them both. I'm trying to find my title here. Why can't I change my title? Where's the title at? There it is. All right, so we're going to say 2011, I think, is when it got released. 2011. Oop. Okay. All right, we're almost to the desktop. I'm telling you, should not take this long. And I don't want to move this machine or it's going to shut off. Have you tried Metacat? I have not tried it. I mean, all it's doing is editing the SAM file. I know it's very simple. There's not much to it. 320 gig HDD, HDizzle. And I have a solid state we can put in there. Dell bought Alienware in 2006. So all the stuff after that, 2007, I think was the last kind of like Alienware, because they bought like what they had already had in the pipeline. And then it was like 2008 probably was whenever they really started making their own designs. Yeah, it's a lot of 11s, isn't it? 2011, 11-inch M11X. It's in the name, 11. Repairing the mirror. I am here to get y'all. This is... You need a power shot. This is like, it's only using 30 watts. You can use 90 watts if you want. I have 240 gigawatts plugged in. No, I have a 330 plugged into this thing. Maybe that's why it's freaking out. Huh. Sometimes these older machines don't know what a 330 watt is, and then it just doesn't know what to do. So maybe I should plug a 240 into it. Maybe I should plug a 130 into it. Because I bet this thing's running at really slow speeds. Is this going to tell me? Windows 7 doesn't have this? There it is. So tell me what the current clock is. You see the current clock? RAM. It's not going to tell me what the current clock speed is, people. Am I just missing it? Because what I'm worried about is it's like stuck at like 400 megahertz. Because if it cannot detect the AC adapter, it will run at like 400 megahertz, and it won't usually go past like 35 watts. So you see it's like, or 45 watts. And so what is our max watts? 2 2 amps at 20, that's like 40 watts. So it hasn't went past 40 watts the whole time. But I don't want to unplug the charger because, you know, it's going to shut off. Anyway, so here we go. We're booted in this recovery thing. I'm just going to type in password. And that will pull up a couple different password utilities. This one you have to pay for. This first one called Lagasoft or LazySoft. The second one, you can just use it. Edit it, and then we're going to open. It's going to pull the SAM file. It's going to show all the accounts on there. One of them is called user. I think that's what the user account was called, was user. And then I'm going to change the password on it to no password. Actually, maybe I'll do 1234 just to be safe. Sometimes to do no password doesn't work right. 1234, it has changed. Wait. Now we'll save that. Exit, and then we should be good. The system the system showed CPU clock, but it wasn't sure what the max or current was. Didn't show it. I mean, the thing is super slow. We're going to switch AC adapters. I'm going to shut this thing down. We'll switch AC adapters and see if it runs faster. Because this is too slow. I can't even shut this thing down. It's too slow. Okay. All right, so we have the best password, the most safest password in all of the land set on this thing. And then I'm going to switch charger. Let's just go to the 240. I bet the 240 can handle it. The 240, 241, whatever it takes. Okay, so we'll boot back up. Just blank admin password, set the password later. Well, sometimes I know for a fact, I go in there, I boot into the thing, I clear the password out, and just make it blank, and then I boot up and it's like, the password's not changed. I'm like, oh God. But if I put it as 1234, I know for sure it's gonna work. Like that's, I don't know. It's just, I get tired of it. It said it came up with a 90 watt power supply. That's what it should do, is like kind of trick itself into thinking that it had a better power, or a power supply that was correct if it had like an overpowered one. It said it had not changed. Is that what you said it said? It said it, oh great. That feels like that was faster, I guess. I don't know. By the way, it won't run Windows 12. We should load Windows 11 on this thing. I mean, how slow this Windows 7 is, I don't want to put anything on this. It's Windows 7 Home Premium. It's not even just like the base, it's a premium version of Home. Your Dell 6530 only uses a 90 watt. Most of them only use 90 watts. 330 works just fine. It's just fine. Yeah, it's just I find out some of the older machines, it doesn't even know what a 330 is. Do you even know what a 330 is? Oh yes. Whatever it takes. I can get Windows 10 or Windows 11 to run out. We can do it. I mean, I can push some buttons. I can go beep, 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 and we can load it on there. Try Linux on this. I'm thinking Linux, because then that has Steam already on it and all that. Feels sluggish. I bet there's a mechanical drive in this thing. I just don't want to move it too much because it's going to shut off. We're going to put an NVMe in here. I got an adapter. What? This thing is loaded with games, bruh. It booted right up without a password, and it's loaded with games. We have someone's Steam account on here. I don't even know what to do. Yeah, this is completely filled with personal stuff. Nice. Well. Okay, well, we have Dungeon Defenders 2. We got Race Room Racers, Roadblocks, Gary's Mod. Wait, so if he's running Gary's Mod, then what is he, does he have? There's a cheat engine on here. Someone's doing some cheating. I'm not a big fan of cheaters. There's no fun in cheating. You made $65. All right, I just want to see what games are on this Steam account here. I doubt it's logged in. I'm not connected to the internet or anything like that, so. And I will not be doing anything nefarious with his data here. I will end up wiping this. We're just going to pull his drive out and put a different drive in and load it. But let's purge it, put some Linux on it. But I want a different drive, so this is not going to be very good. I just want to see what games he was into. I have Wireshark on your XP. Yeah, there's two different cheat things on here. Have you ever played and cheated before? Like you ran cheat engines and stuff, or aim bots, or wall hacks? Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. Oh, I may need to hide the user tag. Okay, you're right. I'll do that. Just good call. Good call. That Roadblocks looks old. I bet this game's been, or this machine's been down for a long time. I bet this person's in their 20s now. This kid was probably a kid back in the day. Okay, yeah, so you're right. It was about to load their game name. And, all right, I'm just going to exit out of this. We're going to shut it down, pull the drive, put a different drive in here, and then move on. That way I don't do anything I regret. I don't like regretting streams, like doing things on streams, because you can't take it back. You can't take it back, man. Let's put an SSD in it. Let me grab one. This thing's shutting down. Let's see. Let me just grab a random SSD from my stack of drives up here. I have a King Fast. That's junk. Never buy a drive that says it's called King Fast. Here's a 2 terabyte Munchkin. I don't think that's a little excessive. Let's see. I think we might have to go with the 2 terabyte drive. Unless I can find another one sitting around. Let's see. Yeah, I don't use 2.5-inch drives that often. This is just one of my cloning drives, but we can just wipe it. I don't have anything on here. Okay. Well, it turns on, but we do have some sort of DC jack issue, and we will have to open it up and take a look inside. New day, new laptop to repair. But what do we have here? It's going to take a SATA. It's not M.2. Well, you know what? I don't know. If it's M.2, then we're good. I have tons of those M.2 SATAs. Do a wind dump. No wind dump. My Counter-Strike clan gave up because of the wall hacks and the aimbots. Yeah, because I was playing a lot of Day of Defeat, which is Counter-Strike. And yeah, there's so much of that stuff, but the servers I was on, they were mainly kicking those people pretty quickly. All right, so we have, these screws are kind of crusty. There's something on it. KD 2510. Well, I'd probably put an LTS version on it, I feel like. You know, I just never a fan of KDE Plasma. I don't know why. I like the Cinnamon desktop better if I'm going to go for like a Windows style desktop. It's an 11X R2. Oh, there's something sticky under here. It's like foam. Ooh, look at that goodness. Look how good that looks. All right, let's take a quick look around. So we have a 2.5-inch mechanical drive, unknown size. We know it's slow as molasses. We actually have 8 gigs of DDR3. I don't even know if it's DDR3L, but that's good. Look at the size of this Wi-Fi card. I mean, if you know the size of a regular Wi-Fi card, or this is what Wi-Fi cards look like these days. This is the M.2 style. This is going to be the a half-height mini PCI Wi-Fi card. The battery's pretty good size, but it's probably dead. It's probably dead. But let's just pull this drive out and install something else. 320 gig Seagate is what you're thinking. Oh, it said 320 in the BIOS already? Okay, so then there you go. And since it's a Seagate, we know that it's trash. I hate Seagates, by the way. I don't know. Ah, this one has a crazy interposer. So there was a time that a lot of these machines, instead of just sliding the drive right into the machine and plugging it in, there were these interposers that you had to plug into the drive, and then it adapted it to kind of plug in this orientation. And I hate these things because they're hard to find. You can't really get them. And then whenever you would get them in stock, they would sell. And then, or you would throw your drive out. Like say this drive is bad. You're like, okay, I don't need this. I'm going to throw it out. And then you can't buy the parts again. So, didn't we figure out that it had like a, well, we were thinking it was going to have a 335 M, whatever graphics of some sort. But this is the i3 board, so I don't know if it told us in the BIOS or not. I guess we could have looked when we were in Windows just now. That would have been helpful. I'm with you. Seagate drives are the worst. I'm telling you, I've had so many Seagate drives fail. Like, they don't even have to be that old. Now, this is, what year is this? Anyone see? Let's see. The date code says 2011, if I'm looking at just the serial number, but I don't know if I see the date anywhere else on there. But anyway, 2011 is probably what this is. Oh, right there. July 2011. Seagate Technologies. Trash Technologies. All right, so we're going to plug this 2 terabyte in here because we can. This thing is so much lighter, it's crazy. Crazy. So we're maxed out now, 2 terabytes with 8 gigs of RAM. 2012, 2011. Yeah, so 2011 is what we're looking at. Has a Western Digital screw me before Seagate. And I like Western Digital a lot better. If I'm going to do something, I end up getting Western Digitals now. It's just like a drive. For my like NAS, I have the red drives, and they haven't had any issues. I'm about to replace them right now that I installed in 2016. I'm going through and putting new ones in. Would the BIOS manage a 2 terabyte drives? I don't know. We're about to figure that out. We'll probably have to flash the BIOS. I don't know. Otherwise, I'll have to go dig around. I'm sure I can find another drive somewhere. Okay, here we go. HDDs are expensive right now. I bought some 6 terabyte red drives for I think $139. They weren't too expensive for that. 1.3. Two terabyte. 2 TBs, baby. We got it. We got it. All right, so we're in HCI mode already, which is what we want, right? Yeah. And then secure boot doesn't exist, I don't think. So we're ready to go. Let's do it. What are we loading on here? We can figure this out right now on the fly. Disk changes will convert the MBR to UEFI. How long can computers last now? 15 years? It depends if you pay up for it. If you're buying a cheap one, if you buy something that's like sub $500, you're only going to get a few years out of it. If you buy something that's over $1,000, like $1,500, $2,000, you should be able to get close to 10 years. All right, so we have, can y'all even see these options here? Can you see it? Okay, so I have Kubuntu 2404. I got Linux Mint 2202. I got Mint 22, the Bara 40, Ubuntu Desktop, Ubuntu Zorin. I got Zorin, full Zorin. I actually paid the developers. Can you, God, it's so crazy how you can't even see that sometimes. So we can do a Zorin Lite on there. Zorin Lite would actually work pretty good. It's a pro version of it. And it would have all the NVIDIA drivers already. Mint. Soren. Yeah, we want some Soren. We can get a brand new chip for my box. Kubuntu. SteamOS. You can't load SteamOS. This thing's too old for that. Although Zorin works better on older machines, like the Lite. Lubuntu. Yeah, because then you'll have LXDE, but I have Kubuntu. So Windows 11 sucks. We're not doing Windows 11. Bazite. I don't have Bazite on this stick. We could get it, but I don't. Do you think Bazite will work on a 2011 machine? The thing is, I'm trying to look at things that will work on older machines. This Zorin Lite actually is made for older machines. So Kubuntu. What is Kubuntu? I don't know what Kubuntu is. Let's look that up. Kubuntu. I'm assuming it's Ubuntu with a Q-based desktop. It's Kubuntu with Kubuntu. That's what I was doing, but you're saying Kubuntu. The GitHub? What? What are you talking about? We don't need cubes, bro. We don't need cubes. Cubes is like for isolation and stuff. We're not cubing this thing out. Zorin OS is the right choice. Zorin Lite. I think Zorin Lite would be the right one to go because Zorin Lite's, you're going to use the XFCE desktop, so it's going to be really light. Okay. If I was just going to pick it, that's what I would choose. So I'm just trying to make sure that we have everyone's kind of on the same page. Cache OS. Try Cache. Do you think Cache... Cache, let's see. So Cache OS, it's Arch based, which I don't do a lot of Arch stuff, so I wouldn't be the best person to even know anything about this stuff. I want to see if it's made for old machines. I want to know if it's good for old computers. Yes, it's excellent. Revitalizing old laptops due to the high optimized, low overhead nature. Okay, that sounds good. Equipped with 2 to 8 gigs of RAM, XFC. Okay, I'm sold. Okay. I'm sold on that. Desktop edition. SourceForge, I guess. Okay. Okay. I'll have to start downloading and then maybe we can start installing Zorin just for fun. See which one's gonna go faster. Is that downloading yet? SourceForge has so much junk on their page. Just freaking give me the download. Come on. Thank you for downloading it. Did it even start? Killing me here. I don't even know. Pick direct. Yeah, I'm about to. Okay, no, it's going. I just hate whenever I'm doing it direct, I just feel like they're having to pay for that, and I don't want them not to pay for it. That's all. That's why I was thinking, I'm thinking about the host, because I know I have data, I have to pay for a bunch of hosting and stuff, and it's just like, it's expensive. It's not cheap. Okay, so while it's downloading, I'm gonna go ahead and do... Now here's the question. This is the Zorin Lite one I'm starting to install. Now, would I choose modern NVIDIA drivers? I don't know if modern would be the word for this. Pop OS is lightweight. I'm just going to do it anyway, but I don't know. I have no idea. You're not going? Okay. All right. Sounds good. Linux Lite, is that another one? No modern. You're thinking no modern, huh? Because you think that it would actually be able to pick it up without the modern? So modern meaning GTX and above, maybe? Or something. This is, I guess, the GTX, maybe. Install ad blockers and use Brave. Yeah, I mean, I go back and forth on all that stuff, right? So I get it. But like SourceForge, who's paying SourceForge? I'm using SourceForge to download something. Who's paying them? As a business owner, who's paying them? How are they making money? Now, I could get it for free, and I am getting it for free, but I have to deal with a bunch of crap on the screen. And what I was just complaining about is that SourceForge screen has looked like that for so long, and it almost looks like they keep adding more to it. And it's just, but you know that's a place to download things for free. So, I don't know. The developer pays. Really? So the Linux Cache OS is paying for that download anyway? I don't know why this does this. It wants to check my MD5. Spyware drive by download viruses from all the ads. Maybe I have a spyware on here. Oh yeah, the DC jack. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna hot glue that DC jack. You know, that's what I did for my tablet over here. I hot glued the USB port into the damn tablet because every time I kept touching it, it would shut off. Nothing is free. That's the key. That's what I'm trying to get across. There's like, people are like, oh, we can try to get around all this stuff. Nothing is free. Now, if we're saying I want to use SourceForge, but it's a junk place to download from, but then I want to turn off all the ads, I want to block all the ads because for my safety, but I don't trust the site because they're going to put bad ads on there, but then I'm trusting when I'm downloading. That doesn't make sense to me. Wait, Cache OS? You started Zorin? Cache OS is downloading. So I was just going to press the button since we were already on the screen here. So we're doing it. It's coming. I just wanted to see this get started, but it's not even, it's taking forever. I'm going to shut this back down. We're almost done with the download. There's only 3 gigs. All right. Is that with the SSD? It is. But there's only USB 2.0s on the side of this thing, and I have USB 3.0 USB drives, USB stick. So you got to think about that. So if we're loading 3 gigs over a USB 2.0, 40 megs per second, it takes a while. Patience is a virtue. Always use torrent. I don't have a torrent set up on here. That's the thing. If I was on my Linux box and it would just download it with a torrent, but yes, I always would use a torrent in general, but I don't have a torrent program installed on here. Unless Windows 11 has it built in there now. Zorin 18 and Brave all the way. I haven't bought Zorin 18 yet. I like to see, I actually appreciate what Zorin people are doing, so I end up paying the 35 bucks or whatever it is to the developers. Today you hot glued a CR2032 holder to the NAS, printing a CR1220 to a 32 adapter. Well, that thing will last a lot longer, won't it? Yeah, I'm so tired of those 1220s. Those 1220s don't last more than like 9 months or something. We're almost done with the download. We're almost done. We got 20 seconds. 20 seconds. And then we'll put some Casio on here. Windows 95, OS2, 48, 5 megs installed. This guy created a pop ads. Regret now. Yeah, probably. The pop-up ads are a little intense. I got everything the way I want it. JDownloader is so good. Don't need a torrent anymore. So what is JDownloader? I don't even know what that is. JDownloader. QTorrent. Use QTorrent. Yeah, because I don't need to have like a full uTorrent running or whatever it is. I'm not trying to seed. I'm not trying to do any of that stuff, you know. Are we done downloading yet? I think we're done. Okay. We're done downloading. Downloads. Cut. All right, so I'm copying this over. If you're not familiar with the Ventoy setup, you just have an actual drive that you can just put all your ISOs on. And so I have a bunch of different things on here. We have our tools and our VMD drivers for like RAID and all that stuff. And then we name all of these based on what they are. So if I sort by type here, you can see that we have, these are all our clone OSs that we use. These are our Linux OSs. We have recovery, and then we have our Windows OSs right here. And then we have just some files on here that have like different either scripts or different commands that we need to keep track of in our brains, and we don't want to have to remember it. So I'm copying that cache OS on here. And then I will rename it so then it shows up on the list at the right spot. So Linux with 2 dashes like that. All right, and let's eject responsibly. Everyone eject responsibly now. It is safe to remove your SD or your USB. 25H2, no! Anything but that. You know how many Windows installs we have to do a week? It's just, yeah. I got it down pretty quick though. I got it down pretty quick. All right, so we're gonna boot this thing up. All the goodies. Do you use Windows 11 or Windows 10? I use Windows 11. Concur was nasty. All right, so we're gonna do, it's crazy, just even arrowing down is slow. So cache OS, so you have it, all of my Linux stuff together, and then we just do that. All right, so it says, just do regular, I guess. We'll figure it out later. Windows 10 is better. It's only better for another 8 months or something, right? You will not touch nor service Windows 11. I mean, I have to do it every day, so I have no choice. Yeah, I use Windows 11 on this computer. I have a Linux OS installed on another drive that I boot into, and I've been trying to tweak it to get it so I can use it as my streaming and filming computer. The main issue is that I have to try to get these other programs working that are Windows based. And so one of the viewers out there, one of you guys out there, suggested something called Winboat, and that's pretty slick. I have it installed and I've tried it out and it does work okay, but basically it's a RDP version of Windows 11 that's installed in the background. You can't see it, and then you have your Windows apps kind of installed onto that, and then whenever you launch it in Linux, it's just launching it through like an RDP or a VNC, maybe more like it, VNC window that you can't really tell, so it's seamless, but you're still running Windows on the back end. But I have to pipe all my USB inputs to those devices. It's hard because I have, mainly it's my chip reader, my BIOS tools, my USB meter for my PD controller, or for the USB-C, and Those are the two main ones. There might be one other one that I'm having issues with trying to get working, but it's still laggy too. Like I still have like laggy recording just the same as I have in Windows, so I don't know what's going on. So the LTSC version of Windows 10 is good till 2032, and there is a procedure to actually convert your Windows 10 Home or Pro into that version, and I think you have to change some registry keys and then buy a different key or something like that, and then you can actually convert it into that. It's a real dumbed down version, but yeah, that does work. I haven't done it myself, but copying the RAM was so slow. DDR3 isn't the fastest. Windows 11's got 80% of the RAM usage. So is Windows 12 even out? People keep talking about Windows 12. I thought that was a joke. I thought someone was talking about Windows 12. Who was it that even brought it up the other day? And then they're like, no, that was like a rumor. I don't know. OOBE still works, which is what we use on all of our machines. So we'll boot into an out-of-box experience just to kind of get ourselves, well, we'll boot up the machine, get everything, all the drivers installed, everything, and then we'll run the command and get it back out of that and make it like a new computer before we give it to the customer. Windows 12 is not out yet, but what I'm saying is, did they announce it for real? I know that people are you're either talking about it as just a rumor and saying, well, Windows 11 will be this. I thought Windows 10 was going to be the last OS that they were going to have. That's what I thought, which I thought would have been better, smarter. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the purpose was, except if they got with all the hardware manufacturers and said, hey, we have a plan that we can make everyone have to buy new computers. Because originally it seemed like Windows 10, you could just say Windows 10 and it will just 10 forever and you just upgrade and upgrade and upgrade. But if you reskin it, it's not like they're selling the OS. That's what I'm saying. It's like, if they're not selling the OS and they're giving you free updates, then why are you having to buy a new one? As of March 26, Microsoft has not officially announced a release date of Windows 12, while early rumors suggested that a 2026 launch. Recent analysis indicates that a 2026 release is unlikely, with experts' predictions pointing towards 2027. Microsoft currently is focusing on refining Windows 11 and supporting AI-driven hardware updates. Woohoo! Woohoo! I'm so excited about that. Okay, well, the purpose of Windows Microsoft is a constant revenue stream for stealing your data and selling it. You know, that's the same as like Facebook or any of those places, right? You are the product. If you don't know what the product is, you are the product. Windows 11 is made up with all the TPM stuff. I got a good TPM video coming up for you guys with BitLocker, and I was very, very, very excited when I was able to do what I did. So that's your preview. That's all you're getting for that, but it will come out in about 2 weeks. No official release. With Linux, that's incredible. I use Linux on my G5530. Because I use Linux at home. I've used it since 2018, like as a daily driver. And then I have it on plenty of my servers and stuff like that. I mean, I've used Linux for so many years, since 2011 or 10, on my mining rigs. Whenever I was mining, well, I didn't necessarily mine Bitcoin, but I was mining like Doge and all that stuff back in the day before it was like a thing. And so I had like a bunch of mining rigs going. Hey, Cyber, don't say the same thing multiple times. I saw it already. That's a spamming. You're spamming. You're about to get kicked, bro, or put in timeout. All right. All right, what do we got here? What is this? Use internal screen, use external screen. Why is it asking me this question? Who's the CashOS Pro? Is it pressing a button and it's thinking that something else is going on? Can't tell what I'm looking at here. Built-in screen, use external screen, use built-in screen. Okay, why did it ask me that question? God, it looks so horrible on your... It looks fine here, but it doesn't look good there. Or does it look fine? Can y'all see just fine? All right, we got to install this thing still. We just booted into the... Where's the installer at? Or did it install already? They didn't install. We didn't run an installer. Usually there's an installer on the desktop. Should I have not closed that window? Where's that startup window again? Damn it, what was I thinking? Sometimes I just close those windows at the start. I'm like, get this thing out of my way. What is it called? Like startup or something? What was the thing? Maybe install. Maybe install will show up. Install. Run install. Does that work? Let's run install. That's so funny. Get this window out of here. I don't know. I'm not going to read all those words there on the screen. I'm just going to shut it. And then I'm going to ask you, how do I turn this thing on? This thing is still so slow. Search Casio hello. Okay. Hello. Casio help. Casio hello. There it is. Okay, so is there an install launch installer right there? There's your sign. It says unable to launch. Oh, we need internet. Okay. Let's get the internet going for us. Y'all can't see anything, right? Okay. Nothing to see here. Okay. All right, we're connected to the internets. Too little RAM. 8 gigs is plenty, bro. 8 gigs is like cooking. I think 8 gigs is like plenty. The LTT Linux course. Yeah, did you see the CTT commentary on that? The Chris Titus Tech? He was not the, he was kind of brutal. Oh. Yeah, I like Chris Titus Tech because he's all about the Linux stuff. And then there's so many people that really like to pick on LTT. I mean, LTT is genuinely just kind of like quirky and fun. I connected a not GUR laptop. Asked for an internal external monitor because it detected a external plug, but I don't have anything plugged in there. So does that mean that the HDMI port's all busted? Maybe I should plug in an HDMI and then you'll have a cleaner view. That might be good. Although I don't know if it's going to keep working or not. But we can try that. Not bad. I didn't see that. There's not enough for Firefox in 2 tabs. Is it installing yet, or do I have to press a button? Install. Do I have to press this big button right here? What am I? Oh, next. This is so foreign to me, this installer. I'm so used to the Ubuntu installer. I'm just going to hit next over everything. I'm assuming it's all correct. It's so hard to see. We're going to erase the disk. This better be fast after all this work. Wait. A GNOME desktop? Oh, so here's where I choose what desktop. So it's going to put KDE Plasma on here. I really don't like KDE. Can we do like XFCE? I'd prefer XFCE if I was going to do one. Personally. I mean, we can leave KDE Plasma on there if we want, but I think this machine can't really handle that. What do you think? Well, look, they even have LXDE. LXDE would be even lighter. I vote for XFCE. I think most people would, right? Just uncheck KDE. XFCE is the GOAT. I love XFCE. Mate? Someone wants Mate. I'm not a Mate man. All right, so I'm going to go for XFCE. If we were going to go even lighter, which is more like Raspberry Pi style, that'd be the LXDE, but I'm not going to do that. So we're just choosing desktop environments. If you're not used to or understand like Linux in general, they have different desktop environments, or what it kind of looks like when you boot up. And there's ones that are heavier and lighter. So, what's your name? My name. What name do you want to log in with? Dizzy. Like Nate Dizog. Nate Dizzy. Sure, we'll do that. Let's do 1234. That's our password. Super secure. Okay, install. All right, set the timer. What do we got? It is 23 after. All right, so we'll see how long this takes. Lubuntu, yeah, it's a lightweight. So that's gonna be the LXDE that we were talking about. Comic Pop OS. So many people talk about this Pop OS. I've never used Pop OS, but all it is just Ubuntu stripped down with some other stuff in it, right? WM greater than DE. There you go. The distro wars. The distro wars, they're all the same, but then they're different just because of desktop environments. I mean, you can literally install any Linux distro and then just choose a different desktop. You know? So if you like I was running, what was I running? Nubara. I was running Nubara for a while, and it had KDE Plasma. I was just like, I can't handle this. Like, I know that's cool. It has all that stuff, but it's just like, to me, there's still like some weird, funky, clunky stuff going on it. And then I just installed Cinnamon on it, and it was so much better to me. I just like the way Cinnamon is. It's I don't know. And then while on all my other like Linux boxes, like we have all my employees are all using Xubuntu on all their machines, and because it's just lightweight, and we're running them on like old E-series machines because they don't need to be high end, and they're really just terminals where they scan the products and they're printing labels, and that's really all it is. They're interfacing with my back end where they do inventory and stuff like that, but it doesn't even go on the internet. So the Debian once, you did Debian Vanilla once, which is a little bit more to set up when you're talking like NVIDIA drivers and all this other stuff. I tried to do NVIDIA or Debian Vanilla, and then tried to get all my GPU or NVIDIA, whatever it is. I was trying to use, God, I'm drawing a blank, but it was for GPU acceleration for running some, not AI models, but some other stuff. What's the best version of Linux for a first timer? Now, so that could be, Solo, that could be a good question, but I just find like Mint is probably I would say #1 to go to. A lot of people are pointing to Zorin these days, so you can go to Zorin, which is, it's pretty and nice and it's easy to install, and then Mint would probably be the best. Pure Debian, I feel like the setup is a little less intuitive because it asks you more questions. So you got to think about, a first-time user, you want it to have less questions when you're setting up than more, right? So what has the least questions? KD on Wayland is funky. That's what the problem is. Maybe that's what it is. Yes, it was Wayland that was messing me up. I have multiple monitors, and my monitors are stacked, okay? And then my monitors are different resolutions, and then my monitors they're on the same card, but they're not, I think one's running at a higher frequency than the other. So yeah, it was messed up. X11 was way more rock solid, so maybe that's what the issue was. KDE with 6.0, Cinnamon Classic. Debian with Mate. So people like Mate. Mate is very simple. It's not super flashy. It has a layout similar to like a Mac OS in a way, but you can still make it look windowy if you wanted to. Cache OS or Bazite. Now those are both Arch-based, right? This is Arch-based, right? And like I never really run those commands that often, so even for me to do these updates, you're gonna have to help me because I'm so used to using all Deb stuff and app update and all that. I'd say Linux Mint in general. Nate Dogg, woof, woof. Yeah, everyone called me Nate Dogg. Zorin looks like Windows. Well, you can make it look just like Mac. So if you have the Zorin Pro, which I bought, they have so many themes where you can actually choose, and it looks like Mac OS Mountain Lion or whatever it is. I don't know Mac OS's, but they have it where it has the real layout and it has the bottom tray bar and all that stuff. That's super cool. Say Mint is good for a new user. Wayland is still buggy. Like, I don't know why people switch to Wayland, but I guess Wayland has more options maybe. But a lot of the scaling was the issue that I was seeing, where when I'm having like, you're having to scale one up from like, 1.5 times scaling because you're running at like 4K. So one monitor was running at 1440p and the other one was running at 4K, and then one was running at 165 hertz, and the other one was running at like 60, and then it was just weird. It was just very messed up, and then I would reboot, and the screen would be gone, and so now I'm just running one monitor, and it's working. But X11 has 50 years of maturing. It's a good scotch. It's a good scotch, well aged. Pop up the spike graph during the Linux install. Like what? Should we, like HTOP or something? Wait, terminal. Why did not open terminal? What's going on here? It's funny. I have the screen at this angle where I can't see it. I can see it on the monitor, but I have to like get like this in order to see it. So it has a really bad viewing angle. Top. They don't. What menu are you talking about? I want HTOP. Unity? Is it a touchscreen? No, it's not touchscreen. I thought it was. B-top. Yo, B-top in the house. How do we install that anyway? There's no sudo in this, is there? What are we using as our installer to install that? Only on your... Oh, my meter. Oh, I got you. I'm like doing all this stuff, and it's just like, no, just turn on Spike's meter. Like, oh, Spike. Right, okay. I got you. There's your sign. What a dude. What a bro. Okay. Yes, Wayland hates different resolutions and frequencies. So if I had multiple monitors that were the same, I probably would have been fine and probably didn't notice an issue. And I'd probably be like, oh yeah, it's the best, man. It's the coolest thing I've ever dealt with my whole life. Do you prefer Tiny 10? I've never run Tiny 10 or Tiny 11, but I want to. I want to experience it. We can't see the monitor very well. Okay. Is that better? I don't know what we're supposed to be showing you. It's just installing right now. Pac-Man, that's what it is. What are we packing? What does Pac-Man stand for anyway? So there's no, you can't do an apt install, but it's a Pac-Man install. What's the -S mean then? HTOP didn't run. Here, we can try this anyway. So I'm gonna try it. So we got, dude, I'm like, open the terminal. Control-Shift-T. Like that's, like I'm so used to just Control-Shift-T, start typing, and it's not coming up. I'm like, why are you not coming up, bro? Control-Shift-T. Okay, there it is. And I would just open 4 terminals. Okay, so we're gonna do Pac-Man. If I can see it, Pac-Man -H or S, and then we're gonna see what B-top is. Cannot be done unless you are root. Okay. Okay, weird. I just did sudo bang bang. I don't know if y'all are used to that. So if you forgot to write something at the starting of your command, which is like, I forgot to write sudo, then I did sudo bang bang, and it basically fills in what my last command was and then appends that to the starting. Just add that to your list of stuff, right? Oh, package manager. Pac-Man stands for package manager. It's just so simple. So simple. That makes sense. That's it, makes sense. I'm surprised it's allowing me to install this while it's installing, although the other thing's installing onto the drive, and this is installing, this is just all running on the thing there. Sudo whoop whoop. It has a delay. Yeah, it does have a delay. Okay, so now we're gonna do HTOP. How many tops are there? Darn it. How many tops you get? B-top is pretty. Okay. I always use HTOP. And then there's NV-top that I use for the NVIDIA driver. NV-top. It's a lot of tops, man. All right, I'm going to look at B-top in a second. I'm just want to install all these so we can kind of go through them. We're killing time while this is installing You think it should take this long to install? No, it shouldn't. But we are installing off of a USB 2.0. Okay, so let's see what BTOP looks like. I did a maximize of the window. That's pretty cool. I literally cannot see it. Like, have to get over here. That's pretty cool. So it has a CPU running 900 megahertz. Excuse me, 1.2 megahertz. Oh, that's gigahertz. Dude. This is only a 1.3 gigahertz or 1.2 gigahertz CPU anyway. No wonder it's so slow. We should have changed out this motherboard before we even did this, but I think we were trying to see if things ran a little bit better. We got 8 gigs of RAM. 2.0 is a bottleneck. I'd say this i3 is a bottleneck. How could you have done anything on this thing? This must have been like, you remember they said that there's a price range of like $799 to whatever? This is the $799 model. Yeah, i3, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. That sums it up, exactly. So that's why I do have the, I have a board right here that's an i5. Actually, let's look up what this i5 is. Spec-wise. It is the... Ha! And look, it's even funnier. I sell the board for $35. So if you bought this machine, then you could have replaced this motherboard for 35 bones. 35 bones. So this one's, the i5's only a gig. No, it's 1.8. I was gonna say, you're killing me. And it doesn't even say what it has here. What you got? Used the game on Inspiron 6000. Yeah. So, yes, he used to game on a Inspiron 6000. He brought his 6000 in a couple days ago, getting it all fixed up, souped up. He changed the base out, I think the palm rest, something else maybe. But those things actually had upgradable graphics cards at some point. We're going to put some PTM 7950 on that thing. Set it aside. Let's fix another laptop. Yeah, maybe. Let it run. Yeah, because this is almost like a question and answer thing at this point. Where are we at? Let me close all these. Okay, so yeah, it's installing drivers. I mean, how much more time do we have on this? You want to do an LSPCI? Or an LT PCI? No, LS. You missed the first hour. Well, Sky, we've been staring at the screen booting up for an hour. Let's see. It's only a 215M. Oh, wait. No, GeForce GT 335. So, not too bad. Not too shabby. All right, but I think you might have a good idea. We could probably set this off to the side. I could probably, although I'm scared to move it. That's the problem. What do we do about that? What do we do about that? Because I wouldn't mind working on a different machine because I'm already bored. I have a machine right here. I have an X16. The board's already taken out, by the way, because I started working on it and then I was like, and then I hadn't had time to really work on it much more than that. But so it's partially like I've already seen what's messed up. Concur board. Okay. Well, nobody is bored. If we move it, it will bork the install. That's the problem. What if I set it like up here? What if I hold the thing off to the side, put it up there? The battery's not charged at all. What if we replace the motherboard? Hot glue it before moving it. That's pretty funny. I like that idea. Let's pile a bunch of hot glue in this area. If I just keep it pushed to the side, I feel like it would stay on. And then I could maybe just put it up there. Although we need to use the plug. I don't know. I think we're stuck in a... Okay, here's something, another way of looking at it. This is slower than crap. And the motherboard needs to be changed out to make it faster. And is it even worth waiting for this to install? And we could just replace the motherboard and then keep going. What a dilemma. What shall we do, you see? Because then if we decided to just like say, hey, this is taking too long, let's go ahead and just upgrade the motherboard, then we're doing something instead of staring at this and chatting. You know what I mean? Pull the plug. I'm wondering if the battery has actually shut off or is charging it all, because we might be able to plug it in somewhere else in a second. Poll time. Because, so the options would be, you know, keep doing this and just chatting while this is installing, or change this motherboard out, stop what we're doing right now, change this motherboard out to upgrade it and make it faster, and then continue on, because that'd still be, we're doing something, or move on to another machine, let this thing install off to the side. You know, this is the slowest thing I've ever seen in my life. You know, the third option could be install this on another machine, or fourth option, I guess, install this Cache OS on another machine so it installs really fast, then stick the drive back in here and then it boots up faster. That's, sometimes we do that. A lot of people are on move on because this is like, you know, we're just hanging out chatting. We have an SSD on here, but it's a USB 2.0 is the issue. Abort, abort, abort. All right, so most people say well, we want to move on. We want to do something where we're actually fixing something then, huh? Yeah, we'll move it to the side. All right, well, if I move it, it's going to shut off, but I'm okay with that. It sounds like everybody else is okay with that. Wi-Fi is probably ultra slow. Let it install, then move it, install the motherboard. So if we let it install, we're only like a 2/3 of the, or not even, we're a third of the way through right now. Can we hold it, honk it? 2 megs per second. Is it telling us that's how fast it is? Because it feels like that. Punch it. Punch the keyboard. 2.21 gigawatts. Punch it hard. i3 will take forever. I think that's our problem. I mean, you could see like how it's like next word, next file. We must copy next file now. This font right here will take a long time. We have to go to the next one now. I have to go to the next one now. Bad distro choice. Dude, I don't know anything about it. I was going to do Zorin Lite. i5 won't be much faster. i5 will be, I mean, it's a 1.8 gigahertz. This is like a 56K modem. All right. All right, I'm going to see if I can move this a little bit. So I'm going to move it up here. Well, it stayed on. When you're done running Pop OS, all right, this is what I want to show you guys. And we can, okay, here's a question. So if we do work on another machine, do you want one that I haven't looked at, or do you want one that I've already looked at? Because I have one that I was working on, and then it's just in pieces right now, and then we have some work to do. Or I have one, I have plenty that I haven't looked at yet, and then we'll just be like doing our initial diagnosis. Chat issues are dual boot, like in install gaming. The blue accent, I really like the blue accent. It looks nice. Never looked at. Because most people like the I haven't looked at situation, right? Yeah, okay. All right, sounds good. Let's do that. And I have one that I was going to do a video on, but I could do it with you just the same. But I think it'll be a better video. I'll save it. I hate doing stuff that should be a video, because this one doesn't charge the battery. I haven't looked at that one, but charge the battery doesn't sound like fun, right? Here's another one of these crappy machines. I hate these machines. Laptop has no signs of life. AC adapter does not trip when plugged in. Disassembled the laptop, cleaned, repasted, checked for short on the CPU phases with a fluke meter. Readings are 0 ohms to ground. He says on the rear, there's 0 ohms on the CPU side. Here we go. This is interesting. This sounds like it's one of my viewers here. Sounds like a viewer. There's a lot of words, so you guys can read those words, but so it looks like you tested a bunch of stuff. Not an expert, but follow the YouTube videos for repairing the same laptop with a shorted CPU phase. Assumption is that there's a similar issue on the motherboard, that have all the tools to repair it. Not sure 100%. Blah, 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 blah. Sat dormant for a while on my desk. So I've definitely worked on this machine before, plenty of times. Sounds interesting. We're good with this one. The words are hard. Words are hard. And that's a Nate Bargatze bit, by the way. Words are hard. There's just so many words. Every page doesn't let up. Just let me get my head above water. So like when he's reading a book. Okay, here's another one. DDR slot 2 does not work. RAM installed on the slot is not recognized when it's given to the laptop. Repasted the CPU with liquid metal dropped onto the main board. I don't want any more liquid metal ones. Why'd you put liquid metal on a 5550 precision? Because people market it as awesome. So when it hit, it sparked and shorted against the heatsink pipe and burned out a component on the board, part number PL2800 on the motherboard. I have pictures. Okay. Do you want to see a customer sabotage? Do you want a customer sabotage? RAM slot replacement. I'm not replacing the RAM slot, but I'm assuming it's the power that goes to that RAM slot or something like that. The Wi-Fi card. I'll vote more for the other one. I don't want this one. I don't want this one. This one seems like it's going to be a freaking nightmare. Time to change to other brands. Never use LM. I mean, Asus is doing it too. MSI is doing it. All those gaming laptops are using this stupid stuff. And they may actually be using more of the liquidy stuff, not the Element 31. What's this one? There's another one. Let's see. This one is, my laptop is working, but then it stopped working. It only flashes on the power button. The keyboard lights will power on. So this one's a no post of some sort. And this one is notoriously known for having some sort of LCD ribbon cable issue, but I know we changed that out and it didn't fix it, so. Can you fix a MacBook Air, Master? No, I don't work on anything else. So do we want that first one, I guess, with the customers trying to diagnose it a little bit? We're watching Northridge fix. Customer fixed. Now it comes to me and goes down a rabbit hole. Then he just did a video on that, right? Lenovo's been using PTM since 2020. Really? Lenovo's using PTM? And that's when Dell actually switched to putting liquid metal on their machines. April Fools. Apple people. Oh, there better not be an Apple people. Flip a coin. Flip a coin. All right, so here we go. Keep a coin just here for this occasion here. There's a lot of words here. Okay, so heads, we're going to do the... No, I don't want... I'm going to do the... I know, I'm going to pick. Executive decision. Executive decision. I don't want a RAM slot one. I mean, that... I guess that one with the screen, I guess, or the one that doesn't post could have been okay. So we can flip for that. A no post versus a no power. No post versus no power. Here we go. I know most people don't like no powers, I feel like. No posts are just a pain in the butt sometimes too. Hey guys, I'm going to try to move this back into shot. Our installation is done. Our installation is done. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't believe. God, what a freaking joke. What did you get me into? Why am I installing this OS again? Is this supposed to be the good one? I don't understand. All right, I'm just gonna pull the plug on this thing. Oh, the battery works. Bro, it's on battery right now. Look, look, Mom, no hands. Look, Mom, no hands. Yes. Okay, so we're going to shut this thing down. Okay. I was just going to pull the plug because I was so angry, and it didn't even give me the satisfaction. Now I got to do a shutdown. It's a lot less satisfying when you have to hit shutdown when you're mad at the computer. Did you use Grub? A Grub-a-dub-dub? I used whatever the defaults are. Would I like to upload that error message to the internet? No, I wouldn't. I would like to have a computer that works. So I wonder if it's going to try to boot up even though it errored out. Supposedly. Shut down. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to, just for kicks, I'm going to shut this thing down and I'm going to try to boot off the drive and see if it does anything. Maybe it will hold down the power. Oh yeah, I like that one. Let's hold down this power button. That's a good satisfaction of just like shutting this thing off. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now I just want to see just if it did put something on the drive that's useful, that it's going to do something. Did you try turning it off and on again? Okay. Is it going to boot up? Modern kernel won't boot. Will boot. Will not boot. I respect your authority. I have the power to shut you off anytime I want by holding this button down for an excessive amount of time. The Samsung battery is alive. I can't believe. Nope, no device. No, sir. Nobody liked it. Okay. So maybe it just didn't like that old. Okay, so now we have a third option to put that motherboard in here if we want. Ooh, this heatsink is hot. Ooh, ah. That is hot heatsink. I bet the fans are clogged too. Okay. What's our dilemma? So our dilemma is to do this machine that has a no power situation, that has lots of words. Let's see if this words doesn't have any personal information on it. Ah, this was purchased from Facebook Marketplace. Purchased from Facebook Marketplace. Bought it for $3,500 a couple years ago and haven't used it. Okay, and then so the person was selling it for $890 or best offer. I can tell you right now this machine was not $3,500 new at all, but maybe. Don't panic, I paid $300 for it. So he got an O or best offer for $300. Yeah, that was a panic for a second actually. So $300 is probably an okay price to pay for something like this if you're going to buy something that's not working. 16 gigs of RAM. So it has 16 gigs of RAM. So at least he can get some money out of that. I think it needs some new thermal pads on the PTM 7950. All right, so we could do this or we could do that. This was supposed to be the dessert from the other evening. Everyone was really excited to work on this, and now everyone wants me to throw it off to the side and move on to something else. So do you think I overpaid $65 for this thing? This was $65. Do you think it was worth $65? The disk GPT partitioned, the machine's legacy BIOS is, well, is it in legacy boot? I guess it would be. Oh, that might be what's going on. You're right. Not worth it, no. And maybe because I have a 2 terabyte drive. I would probably rather put like a 512 in here and then maybe load Linux on something else first on the legacy. This is a legacy laptop only. I know, it's so legacy, bro. And imagine if I could take this, I could put this in my bag and take it with me. Just kidding. Okay. All right, so let's work on this one then. So this one is very legacy. Now this one's going to be a M17R5. And what year is it? 2023. Sometimes it will tell me that. I think it's a 2023 or 2022 model. And it's a no power purchased off of Facebook Marketplace. So there's all the words for the title, if y'all want to update the title for me. And here we go. Our announcer voice will be starting soon. Buckle your seatbelts because we have a laptop. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an Alienware M17R5. Now this one was purchased off of Facebook Marketplace. The customer said that the seller bought it for $3,500, but he ended up buying it for $300 as a non-working laptop, does not power it on. Now he already opened it up, took some measurements. Could not determine exactly what was going on, but he does think it's something going on with the CPU. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. There you go. There you go. Okay. Whew. Yeah, M17R5 2023. I think it is right around that age. It might be 2022, but it's somewhere around there. CPU exploded. This one has the tendency of having those MOSFETs go out. These have the 8694s. I think it's what it is. 8694 monolithic chips. Now we're on YouTube mode. All right, the first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. Let me press the power button. Doesn't do anything, but this is super clean. It almost looks brand new. Super good condition for $300. It might be a good deal. We don't know yet. Let's plug in the charger. Keep an eye on our power meter here. Let me go ahead and clear the max current so we can see what it actually spikes up to when we initially plug it in. All right, plug it in at 321. So it just goes to 0.01, doesn't go past that. It actually should go up a little bit higher than that, then come and rest down at right around 0.02. Now we can see it just goes up to 0.01 and just stays there. Now I'm going to open the lid and see if it does anything different. It's not doing anything different with the lid opening and closing. And if I press the power button, it doesn't do anything. So this is probably indicative of having some sort of short on a power rail, and that the power management chip is telling the MOSFETs or the protection MOSFETs to shut off. So I'm pretty sure we probably have a short maybe on the main power rail, or yeah, most likely on the main power rail, and it's just being protected. So let's open it up and take a look inside. Be careful for liquid metal. Yeah, there's no liquid metal in this. There's no liquid metal in this one. I'm sure I'm bummed about that M11X. But I think I'm still going to load it up. I'll at least put it in my museum display case. Maybe a liquid MOSFET. This isn't the liquid metal leaking one. There was another one I was reading earlier that some liquid metal had dripped on something. And the bottom is off. Take a quick look around. We have the main battery here. It looks like a Dell OEM. The battery is plugged in. Do we have any NVMe's populated in here? No, there's nothing in here, but there is 2 slots. Looks like 2 sticks of DDR5, and they are 8 gig modules. So what is that, about $150 worth of RAM? Wi-Fi card. The fans look pretty clean. So, but what we want to look at right here is where the DC jack plugs into the board. We have our 4 protection MOSFETs. Then we have this is our charge coil. This is going to be our 19 volt rail here. So most likely we're going to have some sort of short that we can detect in this area. And then based on what we measure on that, with that short is what's going to tell us what type of device is shorted, whether it's a capacitor or CPU or GPU or something like that. So let's take our measurements. So we're getting under the microscope. We can actually look at it a little closer. And so, oh God, there we go. Sorry, this thing is like not sliding. It's in a weird position. All right, so when we're looking at this, we have the main power rail coming in through the DC jack. And it looks like these are going to be the positive. These are the negative. And this is going to be the PSID pen, which is a communication line between the charger and the laptop itself. 19 volts should come through here. Come over here. Actually, we'll plug in the charger and we can actually measure and see how far the voltage goes. So I do have the charger plugged back in, still sitting at 0.01. Now, if we measure here, we should get 19 volts or 20 volts. It's going to go through these inductors. And it's going to come through both of these. These are in a parallel. Both of these MOSFETs are in parallel. These act as switches. So right now, 20 volts coming in, and then do we have 20 volts coming out? We do not have 20 volts coming out. And then they would go through this next set, and then it will come to this power rail right here, and we have 0 on this one also. So this is going to be our main power rail before it goes and creates the charging power rail, and then the power rail that actually powers the CPU and GPU and all the rest of the devices. So at this point, we just have it coming to the DC jack and not getting past these first two. Now these two have a gate pin that's measuring 0 also. The gate pin is what's telling it to turn on and off. And right now it's told to turn off. So we need to figure out why these are not turning on. And so if I unhook the power, well, we can unhook the battery too while we're at it, but we'll take the battery out of there, we'll take the charger out of there. So now we have no voltage in the machine at all. We're gonna switch to continuity mode where our probes will beep when we touch them together. And that way we can kind of figure out if we have a short on something. So I'm gonna just put a negative right here on the ground. And then we're gonna measure coming out of here. We shouldn't have a short there, shouldn't have a short there, shouldn't have a short there. And most likely we're gonna detect a short right here. And we do. And the reason why I say that most likely we're going to detect a short there is because the purpose of these MOSFETs are to protect the laptop from incoming voltage or current that will blow out something if there is a short detected. So when voltage comes through here, if there's an excess amount of current that comes across this resistor, then the power management chip, which is over here, this guy will detect that and shut those MOSFETs off. And so it is detecting it. And so how many ohms are we detecting here? 0.1, 0.15, 0.18. The harder I kind of press, the changes, but 0.15, somewhere around there. That's a beautiful sign. That is beautiful, okay? The lower that number, the better in general, right? So if we had it, because my probes together are like 0.1 usually, somewhere around there. Depends on how hard I press it. It should be right around 0.1. And we're measuring right around 0.15, so that means that we're almost at 0. And most likely the power management chip is doing its job in shutting off everything. So I'm thinking we probably have something that's not the CPU shorted. I'm hoping it's not the CPU shorted. CPU resistance would be right around 2 or 3 ohms. And then the GPU would be right around 0.3, 0.4 with my meter at least. And so we're not measuring either one of those numbers. So that means that we don't have a short to one of those. We probably have a capacitor. I think we might have an easy burrito on our easy steak. So we can go thermal right here if we want. Let me pull out the RAM. Let me get the RAM out of the picture real quick, and let me get some other stuff unplugged before we do that. We're gonna unplug the RAM. I'm gonna take the Wi-Fi card out. Isn't that right? Gotta take the Wi-Fi card out. All right, there's no SSDs in here, so I don't have to worry about those. All right, so I just want to get those out of the picture while we're working on this. And I'm just going to measure it one more time, make sure that that power rail is still shorted and indeed shorted, and then we can inject voltage. We can go thermal right now, but most likely we're not going to be able to see anything. But we might be able to see something on the side of the board. So it is still shorted. So we're going to go thermal, and when we go thermal, what we're looking for when we inject voltage into this board is what's heating up. And an area that heats up will show us what device is shorted to ground when it's not supposed to be shorted to ground. Oh, sorry. Trying to get my voltage injection tool lined up here. All right, I have to take down my meter. All right, and so because we measured right around almost a 0, that's the lower the voltage we can go here. The higher the resistance, the higher the voltage we need to go. The lower the resistance, the lower the voltage. So we're going to do right around a 0.5 volt. That even might be too much. We don't know. But we're going to check that right now. So I just need to hook a probe on ground. And then we will just inject right there on that current sensor resistor. And you can see the current sensor resistor is getting hot. And you can see it's getting hot because I'm injecting on one side. I'm going to inject on the other side and it won't get hot anymore. And, ooh, I saw something for a second. Nope. Okay, so I'm going to move around, see if we can see anything getting hot anywhere else. I think it's going to be on the other side of the board, guys. Unless you see something fading in and out. We got 4 amps going in, and I don't see anything. So we don't see anything. And that means it's probably on the other side of the board, and which means we have to pull the board out in order to proceed, which is it's fine, because even if we have to replace something, I have to pull the board out anyway. And it doesn't take that long to take these boards out. So give me a moment, I can do that. And if I was filming this, then I can edit out all this unscrewing business, but there's nothing I can do about that. Oh, injection, I missed that. $65 laptop already? Yeah, that laptop has come and gone and nobody enjoyed it. It was so slow, and then the installation of Linux failed. So, hooray. Nate versus the Predator. I don't know why I end up saying that in some other accent. I zipped another laptop. I'm unscrewing. I hate unscrewing. There's nothing I hate more than watching someone unscrew something. So that's why I at least try to break it up with talking, but maybe you don't like hearing me yabber on. Enjoyed the baby alien. Come on. There's no secret screws on this one. It just doesn't want to come snapped. Describe it. This thing is beautiful condition. Beautiful. Probably should change the title on Twitch. Can Premise, are you able to change the stream title on Twitch, or do I have to do that only? You love watching me struggle. Now that's a funny one, because I think that, yeah, most videos where I actually struggle a lot, those are the ones where like people are like, yeah, I love this guy not know what he was doing. It's been changed. Well, on Twitch, the Twitch title for my stream says I bought an 11-inch laptop still, so that's why I didn't know if I could change it or not. I can, because if we're switching to this machine, then it might be useful to have people seeing the title show what I'm working on now. I'm going to reboot my phone, I think. Did you turn it off and on again? You like knowing that I'm human. Yabber yabber. Yes, yabber, please. Okay, so this machine is the vein of my existence. I work on so many of these. And so this is an M17R5, which is the AMD version. And there is a M15R7, which is the 15-inch version of the same machine. So it has the same motherboard in it. And I have stacks of these laptops getting delivered every week for all different issues. That's the problem I have with them. I don't have an issue with the laptop where it has a tendency of having this one issue. Like you'll see like the M16 or the M18R2s or R1s will have that RAM power supply fail. You know, there's a short there. No big deal. Or even the X17R2s with the keyboard issue. I know what that is. It's a common issue. It's fine. Fix it. But these machines are all over the place. All over the place. Every machine has some sort of different like problem. And I'm like, oh yeah, well I think I figured this part out. And I think I figured this one out. So it's no fun. So I have one on my bench right now that if you leave it on running, then it will automatically kind of disconnect the charger. The screen will kind of go black, and then it will just have a backlight of the keyboard on, and then that's it. And so I don't know what it is. I'm systematically going through and changing all these chips. I changed every MOSFET on the CPU. I'm changing the power management chip. I'm changing the input MOSFETs. I'm changing just like the PWM controller. And then I'm just letting it run and then seeing if it shuts off. And then it's like, what do I think of the M15R6? The M15R6 is less problem because it is an Intel machine, not a AMD. But it still has its own little issues. It's not as bad. I would say it's less bad. But the M15R5, M15R6, and M15R7, I don't know, those three models have had a lot of issues, but it's the 7 AMD version, because there's an M15R7 that's not an AMD version, and that one's okay. It's more or less like the 15R6. So the speakers weren't plugged in all the way. They were like underneath the other one, so I think that's because he took it apart. And I'm missing one screw, I think. somewhere. Oh, here it is. Difficult ones with schematics are very interesting. It's crazy to find the voltage divider once. Oh yeah, that rabbit hole with the voltage divider. Yeah. The schematic ones, 15R4s, I like those. Those are good. What am I missing here? DC jack. What do you enjoyed the whole processing of unscrewing, diagnosing, and fixing is all good. Yeah, so I was trying to kind of mix up my live streams with doing other stuff, and I find that it seems like, I guess most people like this, the kind of the live videos that I was doing. So if it's kind of think about it as like the regular videos, but I'm just doing them live instead of like tinkering with other stuff. So, much better now. All right, so the motherboard is out. I love the process. I love to see your process. Not that I want to see you suffer. I thought that was worth streaming longer. Honestly, you are doing even better than I thought. Well, thank you so much. Thanks, Mega. A lot of people underestimate my abilities. You underestimate my trickiness. Underestimate that trickiness. All right, I'm going to take the heatsink off while we're at it. The screwing is relaxing, except if I'm using my drill, and it's like, zoop, zoop. It's like you're at a F1 race. Suffering is the inherent part of being human, or the human condition. And learning, right? So what did you fail at today? How are you going to succeed at anything if you never fail? Because a lot of people will think that you have to succeed on the first try, and that's incorrect. You must fail before you succeed. My worst repair experience was removing 65 screws holding down a MacBook keyboard. Yes, there is plenty of models that have that same keyboard issue with Dell. Well, it's not even an issue, but it's like a where the keyboard's screwed in. That's why I think they stopped even doing that, and now they have it as plastic riveted in, so you can't even take the keyboards out. All right, the heatsink is off. All right, new thermal paste is on there. It looks nice. Beautiful. Looks beautiful. So everything is really new in this thing. So I can tell that whoever had this actually took care of it and then it just died one day. Or they cleaned it out really well afterwards to remove all the evidence. So let's just take a little quick gander around, then we'll inject our voltage. But we know that we have a short somewhere. And of course my microscope shut off, so we'll have it boot back up. Any moment now, we'll have a microscope view. There we go. Took a little second. Okay, so I'm thinking it was going to be one of these things if it was a shorted to the CPU, but we're not having a short that's indicative of a shorted MOSFET to the CPU because of what we're measuring. So we don't have to worry about that. Those are the 8694s. And that's going to be the PWM controller for that. Now, here's our RAM power supply. This is going to be for our Tron lights or all of our alien head junk. And there are EC chips underneath there. A 3 volt, 5 volt, and 1.8 is right here. Plastic cover burning. Well, I see what you're saying, but it isn't. This is just how the heatsink lays down. It kind of lays down on this area right here. But we can lift it up and take a look. Yeah, there's nothing under here. This is all this oozy stuff that comes out of the little plastic pads. Unless you're thinking of a different spot. But that kind of did look burny, but yeah. It's funny because this sticker sometimes is a little bit more over. You see that's the line. So I don't know if it was taken off and put back on or not. But that's our PD controller chip. There's our display port maybe? I don't know. Or a muxing chip. So I think it goes like right there. What else are we looking at? Okay, yeah, so this was 5 volt, 3 volt, or 3.3 and 1.8. This is our VRAM power supplies. And it has some stuff on it. I always have to point stuff out because I always forget that, like, oh, you don't know that there's like some oozing stuff that's always on these pads. And so it kind of looks like there's something else going on. That's why I don't end up mentioning it. Their VRAM modules are underneath this GPU, and this GPU is a E6. So the E6 was, I written down somewhere. Can't remember. I made myself a chart. E6 is a 3070 Ti. So it's a GN20 E6, so 3070. Not too shabby. All right, well, we didn't see anything. We're just going to inject voltage. We'll get our answer pretty quickly. Sometimes it's nice to be able to have it pop out of this, right? Unless someone saw it. Burn cover, let's see. Deformation on the black cover, that's what everyone said. Smell test. I don't think I'm just going to smell anything, but we can do a smell test. Let's see. I don't smell anything. You're so weird. You're so weird, Nathan. Okay, we're going to inject our voltage again. And then we'll go thermal. I was looking like burning, my bad. It's okay. I forgive you. Going thermal. All right, so we need to find a power rail first, actually. I didn't even think about that. So on the other side of the board is where we were injecting, and we had a shorted power rail. Well, if you want to find a power rail that is the main power rail, it's going to supply the power to all these other ones, right? So that's 3 volt and 5 volt, so we have to have an input. So these are going to be like the outputs, and this is going to be the input voltage here. So let's see if we have a short on those. Should have a short right here. We do. And it's a little bit higher. No, 0.2, 0.23, 0.21, 0.22, whatever it takes. So we'll inject right there. That's our spot. Capiche? Visual inspection is an important part, except we just skipped ahead. Okay. Ah. What do we have here? So this, here I added a new view. Let's see if this new view is going to rock. I haven't tried it out yet. It's a half and half view. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay. Where is it? This one right here is it. And then that thing popped on our screen. I gotta wait for that thing to get out of my way. Get out of my way. So it's gonna be this chip right here that's getting hot, so I'm just gonna put an X on it. I figured that new view would be helpful, right? A little half and half action. All right, so it is one of the MOSFETs for the CPU. Okay? So here's the good thing. I want to tell you right now exactly what's going on, and then we'll remedy the situation. X marks the spot. We nailed it. William, thank you for the $2 donation. So we have these power stages for the CPU. Okay, so the CPU is going to take. If I can get my damn thing in focus here. There we go. The CPU is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power stages. This is for the integrated graphics, or this one's for the integrated graphics, one of them. But these 4 are together. So these 4 are actually together as one. And so if I measure across the outputs on these, they should measure 0. But if I measure all the way over here, we'll have a higher resistance, like a 6 ohm resistance. So these are all in parallel. All these power stages are in parallel. On one side, we're going to have 20 volts coming into it. The output, we're going to have our 0.7 or 0.1 or 1.3 volts or whatever it is, right? So we're going to have our output going to the CPU, and a lot of times what ends up happening is this will short out completely and it'll go straight through it, right? And so we'll have our 20 volts passing straight through and then straight through to here. So if I measured from here to here, we would have 0, which we are. We're having 0, but it's a different 0. So it's hard for me to tell you, but basically, when I'm measuring here, I'm actually measuring from here to ground, okay? So I measure from here to ground, I'm getting 0.4, okay? But if I measure from here to here, we have 0.13 and 0.2. Basically what I'm seeing happening here, I don't know, it's kind of making my brain hurt a little bit, but it's not going through the CPU is all I'm trying to really illustrate. And that what's actually happening is this has a short on the low side, because this is actually set up where you have like a MOSFET, 2 MOSFETs in here. We'll say we have one here and we have one here. I don't know, these 2 corners. And then one of them's tied to ground and one's tied to positive, and then we have the output in the center. And so the low side that's hooked to ground is actually shorted out, and that's why we have 0. So you like my little palette that I'm writing on? We're just going to draw on this guy. He'll be our little magic erase board. So anyway, we just need to take him off. But what's good, my whole point of what I'm saying is that what's good is that this thing is shorted to ground and it protected the CPU. So the CPU is protected. It never got hot. It's perfectly fine. It's safe. We can take it off, put a new one on, and Bob is your uncle, unless you have Ricky as your uncle. So let's get that guy removed. I think that's funny. I didn't even realize what I was doing, but I was doing it. I'm like, I'm just going to use this as my whiteboard. I'm just going to draw on this guy, and he will be our whiteboard. All right, so I'm trying to get this in a good orientation where I'm not going to melt anything or damage anything else. And so just get comfortable. One of the main things about doing this micro soldering is you want to get in a comfortable position where your hand is going to be able to hold the tweezers right. The hot air is going to be blowing in a direction that's not going to damage anything else. So I kind of put my boards kind of at a 45. You can kind of see the way I have it, the orientation I have it. So I have it in this orientation, so I can grab it here. The air is going to blow this way across here. And so those are all just things to think about when you're working on these. And I'm going to put this stuff away. A lucky customer. So does anyone have the history of Bob as your uncle, where that came from? Bob is not my uncle, it's me. What is the history of that? All right, I need to get some flux. So in general, I don't add the flux until later. So I'll heat this up first, and then I'll stick the flux on there afterwards. You can put it on now, but it just kind of goes away anyway, so I usually wait. How many mistakes does one have to make before you have a decent soldering use of chemicals and PCBs? Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a lot of mistakes, but you have to at least practice a lot. You'll find tendencies of like for instance, me adding flux afterwards versus adding it first is something where I'm like, okay, well, I found that if I put it on after, then the solder flows better than putting it on first. I don't know, just kind of trial and error. And you'll find these things. See, that's starting to move. I'm just tapping it, and then now I know it's ready to go. I got him off of there. What should we do with him? So now we can measure to see if the short is gone. So that's ground. This is positive on this side. So now you can actually see the path here, where we had the high side was right here, and then it would go through a MOSFET, and this was the low side was ground, and then it tapped off the center, right? So the two MOSFETs that were inside of there. Okay, so Bob is your uncle is a British idiom meaning that, and there you have it, likely originating from the appointment of Arthur Belaford by his uncle, Prime Minister Robert Bob, I guess, Cecil in 1887. Thank you. Thank you, AI. AI is my friend. All right, so that is gone. Let's put a new MOSFET on there. Let's see. MOSFETs. So it was an 8694. And my last one in this ream, but I have some more reams of this 8694. There we go. Ah, AI did it. AI for the win. Bob is your AI friend. All right, so now, should I just solder this on here like this? Are we ready to go? It's brand new, right? Brand new, just stick it on there, go. No, 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 no. Now, there's a couple thoughts here. We have solder here. Let's take all this solder off. Let's put fresh solder on here. And then we're ready to go. Nope. Still don't like that idea. You could take it off and put some new solder on if you want. I don't really care about that. But you need to have solder on this before you put it on there. Okay, so I usually leave the factory stuff here, and then I'll put fresh stuff on here, and then we marry them together. Because when we took the other chip off, it actually took half the solder with it, solder. And then we'll put fresh solder here that will mix together, and it makes a, 60-40 split. I don't know. but so let's do that. So I'm just going to put a little bit of this Black Horse goodness on here. Pine Sol. Smells good. And I'm just going to grab a piece of solder. Solder? God, I wish I could say it correctly. I know. And so the whole goal is just to get a little bit of stuff everywhere. There we go. So that looks nice and brand new. Looks like it came from Soren's box. Soren's box. And Soren, if you don't know who he is, he has another channel, but he does a lot of these electronic repairs and is known for having a whole box of just used chips, and he calls them his new chips. But he's so funny. All right, so I don't know which way is what, so I'm just going to kind of dry this off a little bit, but I don't want to keep the heat directly on it or it will blow up. So we're just going to try to do it until we see it. We're going to see the text. There it is. So we're going to turn it around. Turn around. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to preheat the board, and then we'll stick it on there. Once we start seeing the solder start to melt a little bit, this is when we'll stick it down there. You can heat right over the chip and hold it in place, but then you'll end up heating the chip too much, in my opinion. So right as I start to see the solder melt, then I'll go down and put it in there, and then we'll tack it in place, and they'll move away. So it's not even in the right position. I'm going to add a little bit more flux. Come on. And then we heat it again, and we'll tap it right in the right position. We just want to tack it first. So you see how it moved on its own where it was supposed to go? I didn't even tell it where to go. And now I can just kind of do that to it. Because it wants to be where it wants to be. I have no control where it wants to be. And that's it. That's all she wrote. That one's for the win. We'll clean up after ourselves like responsible people. Not like that video from yesterday. Or today? Yesterday, yeah. When was that? So, everyone see that video yesterday? I'm sure not everyone, but there's a video that I put out yesterday was a hour long or 50 minutes long of, which actually took more than that. It was like 2.5 hours of footage. And it was the most disgusting, crazy, weird repair job I'd ever seen. It was crazy. But I made that thing look beautiful. You have to admit, that thing looked like a brand new board at the end. It was brand new. Like you couldn't even tell. You couldn't even tell. It looked like rum and coke was on it. I don't know. Some people are saying they think it was like plumber's rosin or something. And that could make sense if they were just kind of like, oh, whatever I have in my toolbox here. And then the piece, I think the EC or the PD. Do you think it could have been one of those at the end? I wonder if I still have that board here. I should go look, because I can't remember. I got to look and see. That was a couple weeks ago, and I go through so much stuff here. That'd be interesting if we can go grab it and work on it some more. All right, almost done. Because I can't remember if the customer replaced the board or they just had it sent back as a diagnostic or what. And I just have to pull up my notes and I can see. Because the board could be sitting over there on the shelf right now, for all I know. Because I think I filmed that one probably February sometime. All right, so we're going to put this back together. We can check to see if the short's gone. The short is gone. Will it turn on? Yeah, man. The short is gone. The short is gone. There you go. The short is gone. So let's get a heatsink on here. Let's get it together and see if the thing boots up. I bet this thing will install Linux faster than that last machine. Epox flux. Epox flux, huh? Came from a repair shop. It came from a repair shop and they repaired it. That's what's even crazier. They repaired it. I guess they couldn't repair it, but they repaired it. So they did a bunch of stuff. But what I thought was weird is that it was taken to them for it not charging the battery. So that's what I don't really understand. if a laptop is not charging the battery, how does all that craziness look at the back? Now, it could be a case of the diagnosis or the description of the issue is wrong. Because I say that all the time, like, this laptop doesn't charge the battery, but what they're really meaning is that it doesn't turn on, or something like that. So I don't know. Check for shots again. What do you want me to check for shots? What? Shorts. We already checked for shorts. We did that, so we're good. No shorts. The short is gone. They wrecked it. They might have wrecked it. Maybe that's what they did. Maybe they wrecked it and then they tried to fix it. But it only went to 0.05 when you try to turn it on, 50 milliamps. And at that point, I was so tired. I was working on it for so many hours. I was just like, dude, it's like every single effort, you know, you're like, and then you see something change just a little bit and you're like, all right, let me try one more thing. Let me try one more thing. Let me try one more thing. So, I mean, there was that one, I don't know if you saw it, but there was like a capacitor chain that was set up like this, where they were like, I could pull it up for you, but it was just like, one was soldered to the next, which was soldered to the next, like a daisy chain of capacitors. All right, RAM, we'll just put one in there. It's fixed until it's broken. Or it's a case of they broke it and then they broke it more. That's what it is. The customer broke it and then the repair shop broke it more. Where do I buy a new flux capacitor? Great Scott! You buy it from Fry's. There ain't no Fry's around no more. From Radio Shack. The burnt pads. I mean, that's why I was thinking, like, whenever I was trying to explain, I was like, I think there must have been like a blown capacitor that blew up this whole area and then caused this other damage, but then they did something, I don't know, did something else. Soren is so cool. I really like Soren. I personally do. I love his sarcasticness and easygoingness. That's kind of my whole thing about that. He's not super ego, which is nice. It's a breath of fresh air. Radio Shack, a Tandy company. I was so happy whenever before Radio Shack closed. It was like the last 2 years or 3 years of Radio Shack. We became their like official supplier of all the Dell parts to all the Radio Shacks. And so we had tons of Radio Shack orders. We were shipping all across the country to all the different Radio Shack locations. And then they went out of business. I'm like, you kidding me? You can't watch Soren in less than a 1.5 speed? Really? Soren is so relaxing. I could put Soren on and go to sleep and just use him in the background. Except for his beeping. His beeping's a little loud. I actually had to take my meter apart and then put like a sticker over the speaker inside of it to kind of quiet it down a little bit. Because I can't stand the beeping sounds. Yeah, he's too slow. He puts you to sleep. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's relaxing. You're saying it like it's... I'm saying it like it's a feature. And you're saying it like it's not a good thing. It's a feature. Sometimes I'm too slow too. That's what these live streams are all about. They're too slow. But my videos are so edited. I'm sitting here just like cutting out every single piece of silence, so I'm just constantly talking. Talk. So maybe that's what it is. Fast pace. All right, plugged it in. 0.05. We should go back down to 0.02. Why are we sitting at 0.05? Don't you do that. Oh, is that battery charge? Pre-charge current, 0.26. And it should jump up to about, I'd say 2.5 amps, 3 amps. About 50 watts is what we should get for charging. What's his name? Alex at Northwest Repair. Oh, Tony. Northwest Repairs. Tony. All right, 30 watts. So with batteries charging, the machine's not coming on right now, but we're going to turn it on. Oh, we have fan spin. We have keyboard backlight. We got the alien head. And I think this guy got a good deal. Got a good deal, man. $300 on Facebook Marketplace. It's going to pay me $250 to fix it, so he's at $550. And it's beautiful. It's in perfect condition, too. It's in beautiful condition, so I think it's a good deal. I got spike for the win. Look at the spike right there. $550. That's not bad. 3070 Ti has a 6800, Ryzen 6800. This thing's going through a CMOS reset, so it's going to take a little bit of time for it to get going. There we go. That's that same cycle we just saw. Didn't we already see that spike? It's like a, almost looks like a ohm signal or something. You can't buy 32 gigs of RAM for $550 these days. So it has 16 gigs of RAM. He was wishing it had 32. The alien face is coming. The alien face is coming. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. I think I've lost 15 minutes of my life watching these CMOS resets already. You know what? How many CMOS resets have I watched in my life? That's a lot. I think it's just like some of these other people who have to sit on Zoom meetings waiting for like Zoom conference calls. Like, how many times have I sat on a Zoom conference call waiting for the log on or whatever? DDR5 takes forever to retrain. And this one has a, well, I guess it doesn't have a EC to write. And we have a picture. I can't believe we did it. I saved another laptop. All right, so we did it. We saved the laptop. Now the main thing is, and I think we have a we have picture emote in there. If y'all want to look for it, it's a Soren's face, and I haven't put sunglasses on him. So y'all can put we have picture going. It's actually picture. I misspelled it on purpose. Let's put it in the diagnostics real quick. And I can actually put a test drive in here. Not some beeping. How slow am I? Gritty, thank you for the bits. Hell yeah, $550 for the win. What's this guy's name? Let's see if I can find his name real quick. Sean. Sean, you won yourself a new one. There we go. Freestone got the, and Wonder got it. There you go. That's the Soren picture. So I just took a screenshot of one of Soren inside of one of his videos, and then I went into Photoshop and then made the actual GIF myself. We got a 3-1, which means CMOS reset. So it's not an error, it's okay. It's good. 3-1's fine. So anytime you see a 3-1, it just means that the time and date has not been set. So if you turn it off, turn it back on, it's gonna work. The cowbell. There we go. Now they're coming in. Yeah, don't worry about the red and blue. There's nothing to see here. I'm gonna cover it up so it doesn't distract you. You're not distracted by that, are you? Wonder, what is that? Is that a frog with a reefer? That's crazy. Oh, you have a physics exam tomorrow, so you have to leave? Oh man, good luck. Everyone say good luck to Sarth. Death of the booby. Death of the booby. A doobie, not booby. Booby. Definitely a doobie. Electronic Repair School. Oh, he's supposed to be here, right? He logged into the stream last week, or last Wednesday for a little bit, but it's the middle of the night for him. So Electronic Repair School, look that up. Save him, follow him. He is by far one of the best people to go through and explain like simple concepts, because the thing is that he will do things like, there's no power here, and there should be power here. Well, let's give it power here. And then it works, and it fixes the board. And then you realize, oh, well, all it needs is that signal. So then you're like, well, how can I make that signal happen? Oh, well, the signal's not coming because of this. And so it allows you to kind of like fundamentally figure out like how things are working without knowing how they really work. And he doesn't like to use schematics either, which I don't like to use them on purpose, because if I don't really have to, because you want to kind of figure out how things work without that. 86% on the battery, battery's charging, 240 watt charger. Temperatures on the CPU got up to 60, looking good. So I'm very happy. Looks good. Soren was here, I missed. He was here yesterday, or last Wednesday for like a short period of time right at the end of the day. And I missed it too, I didn't even notice. But he was supposed to come this week. It was the afternoon for him. I know he has a fam. All right, so this one's done. What I always do is I finish them up later. He was here for the first 30 minutes. That's so funny. I don't even notice. I can't believe. I can't believe. How do I not notice these things? What I need to do is make a mod and then it pops up on my screen better. Or maybe he needs to chime in. Okay, so we did that one. Now what do we do? Do we go back to the other one? Or do we do another one? I have an X16. Let me show you what this X16 is doing, because I need to deal with it at some point. And I don't want to do a video on it, so I'm fine giving it to y'all. Y'all can have it. So here's an X16. I've only worked on one of these like one other time, and I did a video on it like 2 weeks ago for the first time ever. And this X16, they're fairly new, but they're just rarer is really what it is. So this X16 came in. Okay, let me preface this. I've never worked on an X16. We've never had one in for repair. I got 2 in 1 week, okay? One of them was the RAM was not detected and it was giving a 2.4 error, and the RAM is built on the motherboard. And I filmed that one. And I'll put that video out probably next week. And I don't want to tell you what the verdict is on that. And then this one came in the same time, and this one's giving a error. It just says machine will not post. Machine will not post. So I pulled the motherboard out, which is a pain in the freaking butt. X16R1, yes. And I'm just going to show you this, and then we can vote to go to install the motherboard on the other machine, or we can do this one. For one thing, this X16, look how dirty these fans are. It's so freaking dirty. But when I pulled out the board, so it might just be a lost cause anyway. That's why I've kind of set off the side, because I hate working on these types of things when they're all burned up like this. I'm like, I hate it. It's a chore. It's such a chore. Like, I'm not a big fan in sitting here soldering. I like the diagnosing and like trying to figure out problem solving and things like that. But when it comes to like having to rebuild things, I hate it. I hate it. So, so what this is right here, this is an inductor that blew up. And so just so you can kind of see what's going on, we have 2 different power rails coming in here. I believe one of these is going to be for the iGPU that's on the CPU, and then one's going to be like a 1.8, or maybe it's even just another regular power rail. I don't know. But 20 volts comes in here, 20 volts supplies that, then 20 volts comes through this inductor here and supplies this one, and this inductor blew up because this is shorted. And so the inductor became a big molten ball, and so this trace is going to be screwed right here. See, it's already not fun to me. Like, I'm staring at it again, I'm like, I don't even know why I'm telling you this, because I don't even want to do this. I mean, want and have to do is 2 different things. But if we look here, across from here to here, we have 0.16. So I'm measuring across this guy right here. And again, it's that same type of scenario where it kind of seems like we have a short going across here on the high side. So this should not be 0. So I believe this is shorted, so this would need to be replaced. And that shorted out and then blew this guy out. So theoretically, replacing this and replacing this would fix it. But there's a chance that if it did this, then it blew out the actual integrated graphics or the CPU itself or the, you know, whatever. 86, that motherboard. Throw that motherboard away. All right, so let's put a vote up. So that's your preview on what we're looking at. So we can do install motherboard on the mini laptop, which we'll pull that one back up. Where'd my mini go? So upgrade to an i5 motherboard on here and then finish our installations and doing all that stuff onto this one. Or try to fix this X16 motherboard. Go. Remove all the oil and measure the CPU side. Well, the CPU power rails are they're all actually over here. So all the CPU stuff is over here. This is just the integrated graphics on this side. Fix the X16. So we got 11. So we're going to have to do a vote. Premise, are you going to be able to do the vote, or you want me to do it? I think you probably already are doing it right now, I bet. Oh, man. We got a lot. It looks like 50-50 to me, which is crazy. That's tough when it's 50-50. 50-50. Nifty 50. No! No! All right, let's see. Let's see if we can do it like this. All right, there you go. So he clarified it right there. So we have a vote up. And so just go ahead and vote. Both of you guys, Twitch and YouTube, both have votes. I like how you clarify it. 11 yes means Alienware X motherboard no. Okay. Let me get the polls pulled up. The polls pulled up. All right. Depends on how much time you got. So I have another hour and 15 minutes. I've never seen the motherboard replacement before. Yeah, I've never taken this machine apart before, this M11X, so that will be a first. But I've also never taken this apart or fixed this board before, besides last week. So those are both a little bit of firsts. Replace M11 equals yes. So we are at 50-50, it looks like. Mostly doing the Mini 11. It's so cute. I'm telling you, it is cute. It's cute. I can almost put it in my pocket. It can go in my pocket if I'd like. 11-inch of pure power. So right now we have the 1.2 gigahertz in here. We're going to go to a 1.8 gigahertz GPU. Both are firsts. You tricked me with yes or no poll. Because the thing is that the mods can only create a yes or no poll based on what the coding that I set up right there. He can't create the question, the prompts. So otherwise I have to create the prompts. So that's why he has to do it like that. Otherwise I have to do it. And I like when people. Is it cheating to vote on both? No, you can vote on both. Okay, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, get your vote in. We have 160 something people on Twitch and we only have like 40 votes, people. Shoot. Thermal camera just died because I forgot to plug it in. What we got? You can reverse the prompts. Wait, what did you say? You could do reprompts on Twitch only. Yeah, so you could do a real prompt on Twitch only, and then I could do one. So I guess theoretically you could do that one, and then I can do the other one. Yeah, because nobody... So on YouTube, my moderators don't have the ability to actually create polls. And so what I'm using is a program called StreamerBot, and then I'm taking... I give her... I'm looking for moderators to put a command in, and then whatever they type in, then I'm having it create a poll on both of these things, and then whatever they type in becomes the question. And so maybe I could set it up where you have like comma option 1 or option 2, whatever. And then, I mean, it becomes more complicated because you have to get the syntax right, and then maybe I can put it in the right things or whatever. I don't know. But 2 more minutes. Can you find? Wait. Can you find the one from yesterday's video and look? Oh, that's a good point. Right. So let me look for that real quick. So while we're doing that, I'm going to see if we can find that X15 from the video I posted yesterday. Because I might actually have that. So that's that board I stole the parts from. No. So the board I have here is all the one board that I took all the parts off of. And then this is a different board. Let me read the customer's notes, or my notes. What I'm doing is I'm just going to, we were going to see if we could follow up on even that video from yesterday too, is another option. I know y'all are voting already, but give me a second. I'll see if I can find what that was. Yeah, I got to figure out what the repair is. Repair ID. Okay, it's 26444. Oh, I got thunder outside. I got a thunderstorm coming through. Hopefully I don't lose power. No fix recycle. They scrapped the machine. So I should have the boards here somewhere. They just had me scrap it. Okay. Well, where's the board then? Ah, I think I know where it is. Let's see. Is it over here? X15. It's hard to keep up with all these scrap machines. I might have to do that on another day because I'll have to dig around and see if I can find it. Because sometimes the scrap machines get put somewhere where they get scrapped, taken apart. And then sometimes they get already taken apart and I just put them over here. So I just don't see it right off the bat. Sorry about that. Okay, so the votes are in. We're going to change out the motherboard on this, it looks like. Sounds like fun. That's what this stream was about in the first place, so that worked out. So we'll do this one first. It's not going to be that bad. It'll be fun, right? It's for science. It's for science, people. It's a democracy, I say. All right, so I'm going to take this apart. I have no idea. Wait, is this a... Whose screws are these? Did I have these? Did I mix the screws? Probably. I think some of these screws are from this, maybe, right? Or maybe that was all a captive door. Anyway, goes to this other guy. Well, luckily I have more of those bowls. When you scrap a machine, do you put the parts for sale on our website? In general, I don't. So sometimes we'll have it where the parts will be put, so in general we'll send it off to the side and then we'll use that like if we have machines in for repair and then we don't have the part for sale, then we're like, okay, hey, I think we have a scrap machine we can take a part off of. And it's because a lot of times the machines aren't in good condition, so we can't just like sell like the back cover or like a fan or something like that. But if we're in desperate need for a part, then that's where we get those parts from. But we scrap it and we don't charge them for the repair then, because normally it'd be like $79 and then that includes return shipping. So really we make $50 on the repair from whatever work I put into it. So I'm not charging the $50. So therefore we can recoup that by selling a part from here or there out of that. And that's generally how that works, but we don't just put it up for sale in general. All right, so I'm gonna take this apart. I have no idea. Bottleneck is on its way. So what we're doing, recap here. We have this M11X R2, has an i3 in it. It was slow as heck when we were trying to install Linux on it, so we're actually upgrading it to an i5. And then we already have 8 gigs of RAM. We put a 2 terabyte in here, which was slower than molasses. Now, the next thing I want to know is, are we going to try that Cache OS again, or are we going to try something different? I have an MSATA. Look, I have one of these MSATA adapters. Where's that at? Maybe we can do that. That actually might be better. Where'd my adapter go? This doesn't have, it has native MSATA, or does it? Oh, it does have native MSATA. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna MSATA this, bro. Yes, never mind. I was gonna say I have an MSATA adapter right here where we can actually put a 2.5-inch MSATA. I have a drawer full of MSATAs right here because I have everything stocked right here. So this is what we're gonna do is we're gonna put an MSATA right here. Yes. Now we're cooking with bacon grease. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. Mint. Okay, so let's go back here. So everyone's saying mint, Fedora. Mint and Fedora. So Mint has cinnamon on it, which I think might be too big for this guy. This is a good battery. There's no difference. It won't make any difference on an old USB speeds. Well, the main concern is the compatibility on older hardware is what I'm trying to think of. So we have XFCE would make it light enough, But the older hardware issue that we just had, because then we have an issue where it created the wrong type of partition. I say no cinnamon, yes, that's what I'm thinking. Cinnamon's too much. So if we could do Xubuntu or something that's running XFCE of some sort. Ubuntu, Debian base, Debian 12 is super lightweight and fast. You might be right. Debian, using a Debian 12. Now, do you think Debian 12 will be compatible with this old hardware, though? Bazite's too much. I mean, that's what you want to install, like if you're going to play a game or something. Nate, Roman is asking if you could stop by this week. If he could stop by this week. We're in San Antonio. Yeah, he wants to say hello and get a toothbrush. Yes, come on by. Come on by. Yeah, I'm here from 10 to 6. Or I'm here from like 8 a.m. usually. But 10 to 6 Monday through Friday. So you can just come by anytime you want. Come on in. I'll show them around. You can get a little tour, Roman. I'll show you the warehouse. I'll show you my whole recording station, everything. And you'll get yourself a toothbrush and a screwdriver and some stickers. It's exciting. All right. I have no idea what I'm doing taking this thing apart. Debian works on old systems. Okay, so everyone concurs on that? I should start downloading it while we're taking this apart then. If we think Debian 12 would be good. I'm thinking Zorin Lite still, because I know that works on older systems, but Kali, hack the world, put Windows on it. I mean, it has Windows 7. Concur. Yeah, it's a gaming laptop. That's why people want to put Bazite on. Now I'm getting what the whole point of that is. But this is an old gaming laptop. It's not like you need to run modern RTX stuff. Because that's the main issue, is when you have RTX issues. Debian 13 with XFC. Lucky you, Roman. All right, so let's see. We're thinking, all right, Debian. All right, let me start downloading Debian. Debian Vanilla. Debian 12. Or 13. You're saying 13 is what I should do? So Debian 13.3. And then whenever it's installing, do I choose which desktop I want, right? In live, 13.3 or live. So they have it where it's a non-live version. Would this be x64? I think it is x64. So not ARM. Got AMD. Why does this have to be so complicated? Can't I just hit a download button? The latest should be on the select screen. Here, let me go back to the home screen here. Download. I just said download, it starts downloading. Okay. All right, well, it's downloading. It's only 754 megs. Are you kidding me? That's crazy light. Ooh, I like it. Is that right? It's really only 754. Okay. All right, well, we didn't even need to wait. Huh. Nope, that's the network install. Oh, we don't want the network installed in. Great, you're killing me here. People, it's the bootable live version. Ah! It's so funny how one person says one thing and another person says another thing. I'm like, hi, chat. Mint Mate, installation needs the internet. No, I don't want the installation over the internet version. Oh my God. Okay, so we'll come back over here. This is freaking a nightmare. Okay, small installation image. You can be downloaded quickly and recorded removable disks. So this is the one. AMD 64. Small CDs and sticks. Please. So I don't want network boot. Tiny CDs. So what size is this one? That's 754 again. That's not what I want. What are people saying? Small is network. Okay, so we don't want small. We want something other than small. Why is it so confusing? Just give me your freaking ISO. Okay, net install, net install. We don't want net installs. We want this. No, wait, that's net install. Fuck it. So RTFM. Somebody just give me the friggin' link. This is stupid. Okay, so we're going to CD, HTTP. Should I go back through these mirrors again? This is where I've downloaded it in the past, but I didn't know that I was. Should I get the live? Larger installations complete. Larger installations complete. Use pop voice. You're freaking kidding me. This is. Which one? Live or not? Bro. Bro. No live. Okay. No live. ARM64. Oh my gosh. This is so ridiculous. This is like why I think it's why Debian is such a pain in the butt. It's like, it's too, like, what's a good one for a beginner? I think Debian's the best for a beginner. Like, Debian's for people that already know what the heck they're doing. That's exactly right. Nate hates to read. Nate hates to read. I know I do. Let's see, all right, DVD ISO. All right, so we have a DVD ISO here. I hate to read. I don't. There's so many words on the screen here. All right, there's 3.7 gigs coming down. Okay, so we have something coming down. Are we good? I think we got something. DVD ISO sounds good to me. All right. Unnecessarily so complicated. So that was kind of my whole point. It's like, yeah, you want something easy. You want something, it's for, what's a great distro for like people who are just like want to just get into Linux? I want you to use Debian Vanilla, and I want you to have to go down a link. Yeah, Mint is easy, yes. I want you to go down a link horror story here. Where's the secret screw in this? Is there a secret screw somewhere? It's like this foam. Now I'm like frazzled. I'm bazited. I'm Debianed. Get all this stuff out of here. Is there a secret screw down here? There it is. Fedora or Mint? I think Ubuntu-based stuff is a lot easier in general for people who are first time live watching. Welcome. Welcome to the shenanigans. We already fixed one computer, and now we're trying to do something that has never been done before live. I wish it was so easy to take this thing apart. I'm going to end up snapping the plastic on it. Put Kali on it, in my opinion. You want to put Kali on here? Does this keyboard come out first? Is that what's going on? Now I'm really looking like a shoddy repair tech. I think this power button does come off. Let me look at this test machine. All right, here's my test machine. See what's going on here. All right, so it has a separate power button. So there's like a power button frame that comes off, so we need to take this little cover off in order to get to these other screws. Look at, man, you guys are going crazy with this Linux stuff. There we go. And the center control cover is off. So they haven't had center control covers in so long. Almost everything is Ubuntu or Debian. It's 100%. Yeah, so you have Debian Vanilla, then you have Ubuntu that's built off of Debian, and then you have all the other distros that are Ubuntu. That's all they are. They're just forked versions of Ubuntu. Poke Linux, to be honest. Poking the Linux nest. Yeah, you're right. That was the whole point. So yeah, so I guess LTT did the video the other day, right? Talking about, can you run Linux on modern gaming and blah, 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 right? And then Chris Titus Tech did a whatever follow-up or watch, you know, whatever critiquing video. And it was the whole thing about it. Yeah, it was like all these people have their opinions about it and you're poking the Linux nest. And it's like, everyone's going to have their own opinions on what's good and what's bad. We're talking about a machine that's from 2011 that's running 8 gigs of RAM, that barely has a SATA drive, does not have USB 3.0, does not have a secure boot. So what system do we want to install on a machine that doesn't have secure boot, doesn't have modern stuff, right? Because I know 2404 doesn't support systems that don't have secure boot, right? So we're already like discrediting. That's why I was confused that Debian 13 would work on it. I'd say Debian 12 would probably be okay, because that's still like older, it's based on older stuff. But 13 I think is even not compatible. Windows 10 all the way. I mean, Windows 10 would probably work fine on this. No TPM also, thank you. You added another one into it, so no TPM. No TPM for you. You know what? I'll tell you what. Hey, when Roman comes in this week, Roman, I'm gonna give you this laptop when we get it working. This is gonna be your laptop. I'll give you the gift of this laptop. When we're done with it. But we're souping it up for Roman. So this is for Roman. It's for science and it's for Roman at the same time. All right, and the touchpad is still attached. What's TPM? TPM is Trust Platform Management. So whenever you see that your laptop or your computer is trying to get you to save your keys or your pass keys and all that type of stuff, those are all saved in a TPM. When you have facial recognition, fingerprint readers, things like that, it's all saved inside your TPM or Trust Platform Management. And now Windows 11 requires you to have a TPM 2.0 module, which will, it's whatever, safer, but it has more options for all the security stuff. So it's definitely required these days. Seems like the desktop's not responding. A signed toothbrush and an Alienware 11. And if you're wondering what the signed toothbrush deal is that I got a bunch of these toothbrushes in and now I'm sending them out signed with my autograph on them. So if you want one, you can just put a note on an order and I can send it to you. TPM is microslop and can brick your system anytime it wants. It's like a remote access way of being able to get into your machine. I'll make sure I have more send you more toothbrushes. Daryl's the one who keeps sending me toothbrushes, so I have a pretty good amount, but people keep ordering and getting these toothbrushes sent to them, so I keep having to sign more and more. My shipping department keeps telling me, hey, you need to sign more of these toothbrushes. So, you get a toothbrush, you get a toothbrush. Oh man. Yes, secure key store. That's what a TPM is good for. Yes, Microsoft bricked another laptop. I bricked another laptop. All right. Am I keeping track of where all these screws go? Not really. But the way that these machines are set up is that they always point to where you put a screw in. So yeah, there's an arrow. So it's pointing here with an arrow, these little triangles. And so I know those screws go there. But this one doesn't have one, which means, wait, you can't see that. But this one doesn't have one, so it means I don't need to put a screw through the motherboard here. It means it's going to get a screw in a different time period. So that's why I don't really think about it. Now I will consciously think about how big the screw is, but that's about it. All right, and the motherboard is out. Ooh, that thing is dirty. That thing is dirty. We got to get this computer nice for Roman. All right, let me pull this heatsink off, and we're going to transfer it over to our new board, our i5 board, and then we'll use one of my famous toothbrushes to clean it up. Salem Tech's favorite weapon is your mom's toothbrush. And then he also has that huge, those giant toothbrushes. Yeah, Intel ME region and AMT is scary. You guys think the 11 is so bad? Huh? For a leak for the Windows 12, Bill Gates is flipping out. Oh, wow. So you don't think Bill Gates is on board for all this stuff? All right, let's compare these real quick. So here's our new board, brand new, and this is our used board. Hey, we got a new donor board member. Thank you, Jorg. Jorg is on board. All right, so here's the new board. We're gonna have the N11P GS1A3, and then our old board should be the same one, right? Of course, I can't get the reflections just right. GS1A3, so it's the same chip. So the only thing that's changing on here is going to be the CPU. So we're putting this CPU in here, which is the i5 520UM, and that was a 330. Okay. And we should have a brand new DC jack. So let's clean this nasty fan out, though. I don't even know how I'm going to clean this. Clean the case. We're going to clean it all. I got to take this fan apart and clean in here too, because this was disgusting. Bill Gates could care less. He's like, I'm a billionaire, man. I did it. Bill Gates is the devil. Oh, this is, ooh. We might have to collect some of this. Should I bag this up and send it to forensics? It's a pretty big layer. Look at that. It's probably why we couldn't get CachyOS installed. Probably why it was running slow. It's probably running hot. It's probably like, oh, can't handle this. We need Andy. Where's Andy when we need him? Andy's from Salem Techsperts, and he loves to collect that stuff. I've mailed off Gooch to him plenty of times. I keep contemplating on like collecting all the Gooch into a big pile like this, in a big ball, and put it in like a Ziploc bag and then send it off to him one day. But I think that will be a little excessive. So I have a designated toothbrush that I use just for dusting these fans, because if you use ones that you're using flux with, then it gets all sticky and gets everywhere. I need a mask. Whew. Yeah, you're right. All right, let me go blow this out. Brand new. Brand new, never been used. It's a little blanket of love. Just knit him a sweater. That would be even more funny. Or a pair of boxers. Put it into a loom or whatever, and just like loom him a pair of Salem Techspert boxers out of Gooch. That'd be gross. Okay. So we put some PTM 7950 on here. A little bit overkill. But that's nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. This stuff is really dry and clay. God. I need like a grinder. I need a grinder. Wow. It's like ceramic at this point. It's clay turned into ceramics. Okay. Was that a laptop? It's an 11-inch gaming laptop, an Alienware gaming laptop. that we are now souping up. Circa 2011. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Oh my gosh, look at this disgusting filth. It's disgusting, I tell you. Let me clean this up a little bit. Hello from Holland, first time watching. Well, welcome. I'm glad you made it. Sundays are the best days for streaming and watching on the other side of the world, I can tell you that. And now that time changes happen, maybe it's a little bit better in the long run, I have no idea. Original 15-year-old thermal paste. Okay, so since we are going all the way with this, we are going to put PTM 7950 on here. We'll put $5 worth of PTM 7950 on here. This thing will go so fast. No TPM closed capacitors. What does that mean? Where did I just do my imprint at? Right here? Can't see. Do I use this part? All right. Got to find the spot that I was imprinting. Lost some PTM on the floor. Before you use PTM. I love it. Okay, so, I mean, you guys know how to install this, right? Really? You don't know how to install it? It's really not that hard. We have to peel one side off. And then we just put it on this brand new chip here. We press hard to make it sticky. And then we peel off the other layer here. Like that. Okay, we'll do the other side. And you can always make it smaller than the chip and it will actually expand out. So that's why I don't really worry about it being too perfect. Because when it starts melting, it starts spreading around all frivolously. Would that be suitable for a desktop? PTM is definitely suitable for a desktop. Would this laptop be suitable for a desktop? No. Having good luck with an Acer? You've had a few of them. I've never even seen an Acer in real life, I don't think. Debian 13 installer will be nice. I'm assuming it will be nice, assuming that it doesn't ask me too many questions. It's not going to be a simpler installer, is it? I should have just went with whatever I'm used to doing. Okay. PTM is installed. And then this goes this way. All right. It looks brand new already. Looks like that motherboard from yesterday. Come on. Which one is the CPU? This is the GPU on this side, and then the CPU is the one that's the double one because it has the chipset next to it. So CPU, chipset are on one die, and then the GPU is the other one. You're going to ask a question, but can I handle it? Can't really ask technical questions right now, maybe at the end of the stream, but if you can ask me a funny question, you can do it. Pick to use the whole disk. I will use the whole disk, and we're going to use our MSATA this time instead of using an 2.5 inch. Okay, that's brand new done. All right, let's clean the case out, and then we'll reassemble this, and then we'll get our install going. And this is 8 gigs, right? Yeah, 2 4 gig. This is 10600. Should be good enough. Good. All right, I gotta blow this out real quick before I proceed. Thanks for the follow. All right, so we're almost done with the hard part. Just gotta get all this junk out of here. I'm gonna go blow it out. It's a powerful 17-inch with hinges. Just watching you work on an old one, making me keep thinking of an old hard drive and HDD sitting around. That's what all this old stuff looks like to me. Okay, motherboard can go in now. We're going to put it right here. Look how beautiful that is. It has a CMOS battery on it, but we're going to assume that the CMOS battery could be dead, even though the board's brand new. Because I don't know when I got these motherboards in, but I'm sure it was a long time ago. If I'm selling them for $35. That goes to the palm rest, right? How did this wire route? Okay, like that, and the screw goes underneath that. 10600 is DDR, yeah? Yeah, sure is. And is there faster? Is 10600 the fastest? I can't remember. Is there 12800 for DDR3? So I might be able to find some faster DDR3. Y'all can tell me about that. DDR3 1333 on the Core 1. Okay, so there's a 1333. Let's see what we got. Great. My drawer is so full that I can't even get it out. There it is. So I have this much DDR3 just in my reaching distance, so we might be able to find something faster. Oh yeah, here's some dirt. This is DDR3L, and it's 12800. So we already have it faster right there. That's a 4 gig module. Yeah, this is an i5 520, I believe. So what's the performance difference between the i5 520 and the i3 330? Okay, DDR 2133 is 1700 is the fastest they made. I don't know if I have any of that. PC 1700, I didn't know they had that fast. Unused memory is a waste of time. Perhaps cache size. Ran 2003 versus XP on SD, and once upon a time. i5 is 3 times faster than the i3. Well, good, because we spent a lot of time trying to get that installed, didn't we? And if we add faster RAM, that might be helpful too. Okay, so assuming I don't forget to plug in something, I think we should get this. So I'm going to plug this cable in under here. Oh. See an issue. See something, unless that's not something. Let's see. So I was looking at this ribbon cable, And do we have a burn? Or is that the way it's supposed to be? Is that factory? That is a burn. Look at that. So the ribbon cable has a burn in it. I'm glad I didn't plug it into our motherboard, so I don't know what damage it has. And it goes over here to the power button board. So I'll replace this ribbon cable because I have one sitting right next to me, but I don't know. Maybe I should just replace this whole palm rest. Do I have a palm rest? It'd be cool if I have a brand new palm rest too. We'll really make this thing look nice. Look at that. I have a palm rest. Let's see, M11X R2. I have one in stock. One in stock. And it has the power button board and it has all that stuff. So I can put that in. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Yeah, because I'm scared to plug that into there. So let me go grab it real quick. Oh, crap. I mean, that's the only, or I can take it off this other one, but this other one is an R1. Although it looks like it's a good... Oh, no, I have two other palmers sitting right here, actually. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is an R1 then. Is that right? No, it just has some parts taken off of it already. There we go. Yeah, here's another palm rest right here. There's 3 palm rests in this box with this. So we can do this one, different control board. This one actually is in better condition. And then we change the cable out. We have screens, bases, keyboards, yeah. All right, I'm going to have to take the cable out of this other thing. I'm going to take the cable out of this one. Kind of everything for Roman. Anything and everything for Roman. I just don't want to plug that in and blow out our new motherboard. That's the other thing. Because I don't know what that ribbon cable is shorted out for, but last thing I need is like the cable itself being messed up, or, which we know it's messed up, or this other board's messed up. So we just need to make sure that that's fine. Okay, brand new cable. Okay, so this cable looks good, looks nice and new, brand new, never been used before, ever in its whole life. Plug it in the floor, plug it in, plug it in, plug it in. So it's going to go in like this, like so, like that. Sometimes cable routing can be confusing, so I'm like, what did I do? I just pulled it out without paying attention. Make sure it goes in right. There we go, like that. Okay, looks brand new. It does look brand new. Oh wait, was I supposed to switch to the other palm rest? I was. I was going to give him this palm rest, right? I just took it out of this one, so yeah, sorry. Let's revert this. Okay, this is his old one. We're just taking this out of here. Make sure to sign the laptop. Good idea. A lot of times I sign the inside. When people want me to sign it, I just sign like the inside of the palm rest. But someone had me sign like the top of their palm rest before, but this is black, so it's kind of hard. But I can sign the inside. Roman, where do you want me to sign it, buddy? Want me to sign the outside, or do you want me to sign the inside? I could sign it right here. If you want me to sign the inside, I'll have to do it right now. Sign it with a razor blade on the screen. Sharpie will show up. Yeah, Sharpie will show up, and then we'll have to put something on there. Who's Roman? Roman's just some kid. So his dad chimes in occasionally, but so he's like a 10-year-old kid that's like been on my stream, and he's like, 10-year-old kids watching, and so now we just kind of like shout out to Roman occasionally. It's just, but he's supposed to stop by later this week, and so I told him I would give him this laptop. Do it. So inside with the date. All right, we'll do the inside with the date. So I'll sign right here. If I can do it right here, this might be easier. I can do it right here. Put your logo on it. I'll draw a logo too. And then the date, what is today? It's March 8th, 2026. I'm gonna do my logo. I'm not good at logo drawing, even though I designed it. There we go. Now that will be $9,999 million. Okay. I don't know why this isn't lining up. Like, I want to plug this in, but it doesn't feel like it's going deep enough in here. Maybe that latch is good. Okay. So all these latches are lining up good, finally. And then I can actually plug this in. I'm going to do it under a microscope. He said alien logo. That looks like a sad alien logo. I was saying my parts people logo is what I was trying to do. Okay, so this one does have a fraying leg. So all these old ribbon cables have a tendency of getting these wires like kind of fraying, so you have to be very careful. So when I put this in here, I'm going to try to be very careful to make sure it sits down flat. It doesn't snag on anything. So that's what we want. Okay, did that go in right? Can't tell. Okay. This feels wrong. This feels wrong. Why does it feel so wrong? Do I have this routed wrong? It has an extra fold here that I'm not privy to. Does it go like that? I'm missing something here, people. And then look, see, these are fraying. So you got to be so careful on these. What am I missing here? Rewind the tape. This is when we go back and look at the footage and say, how was it when we opened it? This was going on top like that, right? So this was going on top. I don't have any other machines to look at now because I've already taken it apart. But I'm pretty sure it does go through like that, but it's just really hard to get under there. Like this doesn't want to open up, right? It must just do that fold like that. So it's just stupid. Where's pen 1? Where's pen 1? Look at these wires just keep wanting to fold over. I hate them. I hate these wires. Don't fold on me. This is how they end up shorting out. Oh, the great life of working on old machines. Ethan is very generous. Well, it's for science. Okay, so that looks butamus, but we have to be careful getting it in there is the problem. Feel the pressure. Feel the pressure. Gentle. Gentle. See, and the latch doesn't want to latch because it's like hitting the palm rest when I'm trying to flip it. It's like a catch-22. I have to have it lifted up in order to flip the latch, but it has to be down in order for it to flip. There we go. All right, I kind of want to test it right now, but now why is this not folded right again? There we go. Stay right there. Stay in your home. Let me put a piece of tape on that. Are we running out of time yet? We haven't even installed Linux yet. We haven't even installed Linux, people. How much time do we got? 30 minutes? It's crazy talk. But now it's going to install 3 times faster. Faster. Better. Debian. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if that's regulation or not. But I'm not happy with it, I can tell you that. Okay. Check the cables. Hot glue. I don't like hot gluing inside of a machine because they get hot and then the glue melts, hence the name. That's the problem with that. Screwdriver go. Continuity tests. I'm going to plug it in and see if it powers on with that button, see if we get the lights. And then I'm only going to put 1 screw in here though. Do this. What's going on here? This is not the right bit. Where's my other screwdriver at? There we go. Properly calibrated hot glue. Yeah, it melts whenever you start playing a game. Play circus music here. Circus. After circus. Wait, that's weird. There's no screw hole now for this palm rest right here. Does that mean that this is a different version or something? I bet this palm rest is different than the other one. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Yeah, this is a different palm rest. So like the layout's a little bit different. And so like there's not enough space right here for that connector. Like that's why it was hard to get into that connector right there. And then this, even this is covered up partially. You see how much room there is on this? So that's what's going on. We should have just changed the circuit board over instead of the palm rest. All right, let's just see if it turns on. Spike, you're my boy Spike. Let's see what he does. All right, I'm gonna pull down the sensor here. Okay, we're zeroed out. So let's see if it powers on. No smoke, please no smoke. Okay, 0.01. Press the power button. Power button worked. Fans are coming on. 1, 2, 3. Was that 5 or? That's 5. That's a CMOS reset. But we don't have any RAM in there either. Okay. Dremel time. Time to make it look good. But I'm not seeing the alien head light coming on though. Because before we had lights here. Come on, come on. Yeah, I don't see a light. Okay, we're staying at just a 0. Okay, off again. It's going to come back on. 56 minutes to go for a Debian install. Hopefully it's not 56 minutes because we're only going to less time than I mean, I can keep going. I don't have anything going on this afternoon, but we got picture, but it's dim. We got picture, but it's dim. Are you kidding me? I need a keyboard. Let me grab a keyboard. Why? Why? We didn't do anything crazy. We didn't do anything crazy, did we? Okay, it's on. I'm gonna reseat the LCD connector just while I'm doing this here. It'd be funny if it's something else going on now, because the board was working on the other one. It was just slow as molasses. I have 5 of these boards in stock, so I could go grab another one, but I'm just like, really? We want the PTM all over again? We don't have time for any of that. Now it doesn't want to turn on? Okay. Backlight issue. I'm thinking a backlight issue, but I don't understand why we would have a backlight issue now. Okay, now we got it. I just reseated the connector. That's all I needed. Did you turn it off and on again? Okay, so we're good. I don't see the lights on this board. That was the other thing I was trying to see, if we got the lights working right. We do have some sort of 1.0, but I think it goes up to 1.8 gigahertz, 8 gigs of RAM, AO3. Okay, so it's working. Let's just continue screwing it together. I'm not going to put all the screws in it, but we'll do it just enough so we can actually get Linux installed on here, and then we can proceed with that. So we're still on board with this Debian, right? We're going with Debian, vanilla, and everyone says it's going to be so easy. It's going to be the easiest thing we've ever experienced, right? Yeah, this polymer screw doesn't even line up there either. I think this is an R1 palm rest. I'm going to probably end up switching this back out later, but for time purposes, we're just going to get this going, because I'm going to have to switch it back to the other one. Majority said mint. It's a 2011 Alienware, yes. It's an 11-inch 2011 Alienware. So we had a lot say, well, Bazite's good on newer machines. I don't see how a Bazite will work on an old machine like this. That's the problem I'm seeing with Bazite. Use the old palm rest with the new PCB. That's what I'm going to do. But I'm not going to do it right this second, just because we don't really have time, because I want to get going on this. You know what I mean? So instead of having to pull it back off, I'm not going to do that. Just putting a couple screws in here so it doesn't fall apart while I'm working on it. Okay. Okay, DSL, no live USB. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. Where's that thumb drive? So Ubuntu, man, this is too, when I asked the question, it's too open. Yeah, I think an older, Mint 2202 is still on the, what is Mint on? Because we need something that's older, or that's compatible with older. So I'm going to put this Debian vanilla on my USB just so we have it, and then we're going to make that decision pretty quickly here. All right. Did you try putting the i7 970 on it? Well, I'd only have the i5 in stock. I was just going by whatever motherboard I had in stock, so no, I didn't order an i7. Did you put the faster RAM in? I did not put the faster RAM. So let's get some faster RAM. So here's some 12800. 12800. So there's a pair of 8 gig 12800s. Let's see if I have 1333s. It's 2 gig, 2 gig, 2 gig. Here's a 4 gig 12800. 4 gig 12800. 4 gig 12800. 4 gig 12800. I mean, I have tons of those. Here's 8500. So I think that's what they have in there, right? 8500. So we'll just put a pair of these 4 gig 12800s. Let me find some that match. These two are identical. So I'll put a pair of those in there. So we're going from 10600 to 12800. That's going to be a little bit faster. Nothing we can do about the USB 2.0s. Okay. All right, now we're cooking. When's Roman going to visit? I wonder. I don't know. Can Roman film the visit? Sure. If he wants. He can film it. You're going to have to give me time, like, for this to be ready, because we're not going to be ready, like, on Monday or something, so, because tomorrow's Monday. So I'm going to have to come in to work and then kind of deal with it when I get back to work on Monday. So give me a little bit of a few days or whatever. When are you going to be in San Antonio? It does that whenever you do a CMOS reset. And should we put the battery in it? Because it'll be a lot better if we have the battery. Where's our battery at? There's stuff everywhere. Where's our battery? There's our battery. Look at this thing. I can't believe this battery's all charged up now. That's incredible. Older battery technology. What did he say about that? Let's see. Not me, it was church. Darren, are you at church? Are you watching this at church? Better have it. I better have it ready, huh? Let's see. I hate when there's so much stuff in chat. I'm like trying to find a message. Bruce. Okay. So I put low voltage in there. It should be fine. It only takes DDR3, but DDR3L should work fine. That's what's good about DDR3L, is it will work either way. I can't believe the battery works after 2 decades. I can't either. This keyboard's not installing properly either. This whole thing doesn't screw down properly. Yeah, so we're going to switch that Palmer's out for sure. For Rizzle. Okay, so we have... What did we decide? Debian vanilla is going to be a whole thing. But everyone says... Oh, MSATA. Thank you. Super glue. Luckily I have the battery in here now. Okay, MSATA. So we're going to put in one of these guys. We have a... I have no idea. Can't see that. So these are going to be MSATA drives. This is before they came out with NVMe or M.2. What size is this? Can you tell what size this is? The parts people sticker on it. 512? Looks like a 512. 256. And 32 gig. This is like a cache drive. All right, so we're going with 512, right? Because nothing but the best. Nothing but the best for Roman. We don't need a 512, but where we're going, we don't need a 512. All right. And this is the older Wi-Fi card that has the huge connectors, so it's super easy to connect these things. Back in the day. Look at that. Took 2 seconds. Okay, we're ready. We're off to the races. And we're back to where we started. He got you. He got you. Three. Did I even plug the battery in? I never plugged the battery in. It's funny. Okay. Now that the battery's plugged in, we should never get that error again. It feels so fast with the fans on full blast. Don't forget the SATA adapter. I wasn't going to put the SATA in there because we're just going to use mSATA. Ooh, look at all that. We got all the blue going. All these lights are on now. All of our lights are working. I can't believe. It's been so long since I've heard the 5 beeps. Okay. Let's see if I can get this in the right orientation so we can see it all together. I can't believe. Okay. Do mint. Do mint. Mint still has cinnamon. That's the problem. I don't want to do mint. So Kubuntu would be the well, that's not Kubuntu. Xbuntu would be good, and then let's just stick with what we were going to do, which Debian Vanilla, which is the top option up here. I never renamed it. So Debian Vanilla should work. So delayed, just me doing key inputs. Cinnamon is amazing, but this machine is too old for that. We got picture, graphical interface. We want graphical, right? Graphical install. We're going for it. What's wrong with... I love Cinnamon. There's nothing wrong with Cinnamon. This machine's too old for it. That's what's wrong with it. Cinnamon's my preferred desktop out of all of them. Terrible. You have the full ISO? I think so. It's 3.7 gigawatts. Gigs. So 3.7 seems like enough to have a whole operating system on it, right? Terrible, terrible, terrible. No, I'm at home now. But I can watch at church. That's funny. You can stick a little earbud in and listen. There's flickering with there was no flickering with the other one, I know. That's worrisome. Did it just reboot on me? Are you kidding me? Wow, okay, it didn't like that. So we do our next option. I'm going to do Zorin Lite because I know this one will work. I install this on old systems all the time. If I can get it to not do a scan of the drive, that would be nice. What happened to Windows 10 installs? It might not like the bin toy. Maybe. Kernel panic. Maybe it doesn't like the RAM. I just had a kernel panic. The Wi-Fi card's dead. It needs the driver for the GMA 500. All right, let's do some diagnosing here. I'm going to pull out a stick of RAM. I don't know. I'm gonna go with one stick this time, see if it does anything different. You don't have the memory test in the BIOS. No, on these there's no memory test in the BIOS, but we do have a diagnostic. We can boot the diags and run that. This will be a diagnostics. So now it's doing memory tests since the memory has changed. First gen clocks the 1600 down to 1333. So it's 12800, 1333? Is that what speed it's actually running at? You're getting here, getting late. I know. What time is it? Oh, yeah. Well, you got 10 minutes. Oh, 12800 is 1600. Oh, so I might even be downclocking it. Or this stick is no good. I just told my daughter if she wakes up early enough during spring break, I can get her to meet you. All right, do it. She was super excited. All right, we'll get some visitors this month. Perfect. All right, so it doesn't like the stick of RAM, for sure. 10 minutes is too late. Just make sure this thing's off. So I'm gonna go back to our original RAM just because we know that was working. And we're just going to basically just start the install of the Linux, and we'll do a chat, question and answer ending, and then we'll probably have to kind of, I'll give you an update for this later because I'll try to get this ready for Roman. Or we'll have an issue when I can't even get it ready. I'll have to change the board out, but we'll see. I don't think it liked that RAM. Who knows where that RAM came from? It was just in this drawer. It was in my box. I had a box of brand new RAM. Brand new. You never know what happens when you get the box of RAM. You gotta ram it. All right, I'm going back to the Debian install. It's weird. It's not flickering on here. It's only flickering on there. It's not flickering over here, so I don't know. Dude, you got 5 minutes. Yeah, we're gonna get this going, and we're just gonna chat. Firmware, what does it say? SATA. Resolving something. Looks like it's loading now. Okay, cool. So it was a RAM issue. Good thing I'm good at diagnosing things. Okay, I didn't see a flicker now. Yeah, now it's clear. Okay. Beautiful. Wow, look how snappy it is. There you go, Kubuntu 10 LTS. That will work on it. Hopefully you don't need a SATA driver. Configure the keyboard. Detecting media. Less than max brightness. Oh yeah, it could be flickering from less than that's dimmer. So that's really low. And then that's all the way bright. Second greatest technicians ever lived. That's exactly what Andy would do. He'd be like, and the greatest technicians ever lived. Old systems for the win. Snapped another. I snapped another laptop. All right, so I'm just gonna let this install. You guys, we have some time. Go ahead and put some questions in chat, and I'll do my best to answer. And we can just kind of do a little question and answer, or just chatting sequence while this is installing. And because it's already been 4 hours, a lot of you guys have been here for a while already, and you're probably exhausted and you have stuff to do. So let's just kind of wrap this thing up. But so you can ask me technical questions, you can ask me or tell me or whatever, and this will be that time. And then I might have to interject and stop and mess with this. But the installer wants to ask me questions. Hopefully the installer's just going to do everything automatically since it's beginner friendly. Any holiday plans for the family? Not for spring break. We're probably might go down to the coast, the Texas coast, and just stay there for a day or so. But that's about it. Nothing going on too much. Bizite will run on an older machine, but you have to download an older version. That's what I was thinking. An old man, I need a nap. I'm going to take a nap after this. Actually, when I get home, I take a nap after this. My laptop could use the cleaning, but I'm afraid to do it myself. and it's hard to pop the bottom off. It is on those XPSs or something like that. Lucky Roman, upgrade from an i5, i3 to an i5 with a 512. So cool. Hopefully I can get the RAM working in there too. Did I put the SSD in? I put the mSATA SSD in. I didn't put the other SSD because that one, we didn't need it. Oh, what do we need to do? Sorry. Ethernet, wireless, sure. Configuring the network. Wants me to connect to a Wi-Fi. It doesn't even have it doesn't even have what I was going to say, 5G network on this. It's only 2.4, so that will even take even more time. Exchanging keys. It only has WEP. That's all it has. That'd be funny. Choose a network. Look at your screen. Look at that screen. Google Map. What Google Map says is drive 30 hours and I can visit parts. Are you kidding me? 30 hours? Wow. When it gets to the Easter holidays, that's spring break. So spring break actually just started, or spring break's next week, or it's the week after. So one of my kids has it out for 2 weeks, and so it's actually the next 2 weeks, and then the other one's the second week. Galveston, Port Aransas. I'm going to Port Aransas. It's an island right south of Corpus Christi. What are we going to call this? Host name, M11X R2. Domain name, we don't need that. Answer the installer, I tell you. Password, 1234. Gosh. Okay. Username, Roman, right? Oh, this is another password. I don't know. How many passwords does it want? Was I encrypting the drive on the other password? Hope not. I'll get back to your questions in a second. Sorry. Configuring clock. Things crunching some numbers. I've seen half the password. No 5G. Yeah, this is only 2.4 gigahertz. Detecting disks. Disks. Retrieving. Why did it ask all those questions ahead of time? Does it ask that normally ahead of time before you pick the disk, the format? What's Roman's connection to the laptop? Nothing. We're just going to give it to him since he's going to come visit this week. He's a 10-year-old that watches the stream, and his dad asked if he can come visit, and I said sure, and then I said I would give you this laptop if he comes. So no real connection. I believe. I can't believe. It will ask me to format the disks next. So it's really crunching some numbers though. I bought some DDR3 32 gigs for about €100. Crazy price. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, you can't find that stuff anymore. So that's all supply and demand type of stuff. Guided, use the largest continuous free space. I like that. Or entire disk, right? Let's see. Use the largest continuous free space or entire disk is what I want. Why does it have... I mean, the thing is like, if it's already partitioned, is it asking to use something else? Like, that's what it was. I was like, why are you asking that question? Just, do you want to wipe everything out? All files on one partition, yes. Finishing up. Okay, so following partitions. Yeah, so we'll just have a swap and we'll have a write the changes. Yes, we do. It failed. X24 creation failed. Why did it fail? Because free space. Oh, changes listed below. Okay, so is it having to fix the disk? It failed again. Do I need to format this thing ahead of time? Are you kidding me? Why am I in a boot loop here? Okay, go back. Go back. This is not easier, people. This is not easier. It showed a 120. Are you kidding me? It showed the 128? Oh no, don't do that. That's my installer. That's my installer. Please don't delete my 128. Please. Please. I don't want to wipe my 128. That's like the worst thing ever. Okay. Okay, please. Hopefully it didn't wipe it, but it's frustrating. So, yeah, I see a 128, but I don't see the 512. Guided partitioning, use entire disk. Where's our freaking... It only has one disk here. Okay. All right. I don't like Debbie and vanilla, I'm telling you. It's just like, why does it have to be so convoluted? Just do something. Just do it. Just work. So anyway, that was a lot of fun. I will be going back. User friendly. I mean, hopefully it didn't wipe my disk. I'm just like, that's frustrating. That's frustrating. Go into the BIOS. Okay, it's still here. This thing is still here. Control-Alt-Delete. Get me out of this. Get me out of this, see? All your data will be deleted. I hope I hope it didn't wipe it. And it's funny, so the second week that one of my technicians were here, he wiped out his flash drive, and I was irritated with him. Like, how could you do that? So you got to pay attention. You got to pay attention. SATA drive not detected. What about MSATA? Okay, let's see. Samsung network. But it only shows SATA. It doesn't show multiple SATAs. All right, let's just put this other drive back in here. I don't know what's going on, man. Verify my stick is good. I'm scared to verify my stick is good. My stick is usually really good, but now my stick may be not good. Try a 256. Could just be a bad freaking disk, or it could be that that's a cache drive, because those things act a little weird on those. Check the BQ chip. It could be that I've been streaming for 4 hours and I haven't done anything. Although, I guess we fixed one laptop. Let's go in the BIOS. Can't go in the BIOS from here. Oh, inner setup. Okay, so we have our 2 terabyte back in there again because I just shoved it in the hole. All right, so let's just see if it boots off this Samsung drive, my USB, please, please. No storage support on MSATA. Ah, well, there you go. It's just a cache drive then. Okay, my Samsung's showing up. Please have Debian be smart enough to not delete the drive that it booted off of. You wiped your USB. It's been wiped. Well, luckily we have 10 of these. It's just annoying. We have a backup. We have an actual image of what we put all these on, although we just put all these on here. But so I'm going to go grab somebody else's. Well, I mean, we're done. I mean, the day is done. The day is done. Anyway, so I'm going to just give up for right now. Cache drives makes too much sense. Okay. Roman, we'll have this ready for you at some point. Can't promise it's going to be... You guys want me to keep going. So I've already been streaming for 4 hours. I have to... It's a weekend day usually. I have to go home, be with the fam, do stuff, yard work, things like that. So, and then everyone else has already been here for 4 hours, so I'm going to call it. But let me see if there's any other questions I saw in there I wanted to answer beforehand. But bourbon times, not going to be bourbon times this afternoon, or this evening, excuse me. Do you know that Check the BIOS would have a clock option for the 4800 RAM? A lot of times you don't have options for that type of stuff. It's not very granular inside the BIOS. It's gonna rain, no yard work. That's right. So, okay, I have important things to do. I'm gonna go home and take a nap. That's my important thing I gotta do. Oh, great stream. Anyway, so hopefully we had fun, a little bit of fun. Montgomery sent me some gifts. All right. Thank you, Montgomery. But I'm going to call it. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody coming out. Make sure to, before you leave, just like the stream so that way it just kind of gives a little boost. If you're on Twitch and YouTube, or if this is your first time out here, I stream twice a week, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central, Sunday morning at 9 a.m. It's usually about 4 hours. Most of the time, we're kind of working on machines that kind of come in and we don't really know what's wrong with them. Sometimes I'll kind of throw something in the mix where I'm working on something oddball or an old machine or a vintage or, you know, just to kind of mix it up. But so make sure to follow and like and do all that type of stuff so then that way you don't miss any. And I appreciate everybody for coming out. Thanks for the mods for keeping the chat clean. And thanks for asking all the questions and engaging. Thanks for the donations to the stream. And appreciate each and every one of you. And thanks for watching.